At night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
All right, thank you, Houston. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. As you can see, we've made some upgrades to the International Fake Station. We will be passing through the Van Halen radiation belt very soon, I'm pretty sure. You probably going to hear the alarm bells go off. Yep, here we go. The Van Halen radiation. And we're clear. All right. Love the Van Halen radiation belt, man. That makes me hot for a teacher. It really does. So how is everyone doing tonight? Let me go over here to the chat. I got it all set up over here. I know what everything is at. So we're up here smoking some Romulan Kush, and they've been a great ally with us here in recent times. Let's see who all I've got up in here. I've got Chilling, and yes, we can see your messages, bro. Dreamy Lynn escaped the chains with her little puppy. She's here. Charlie's here. Little man, little M39, Super Sidewinder, Neo the One. The acronym Neo. I like that. Saddle Bum and Sean Alke is with us, and ZXL Master so far. So we're kind of piling in here. As you saw by the title, I've just been taking big note as to how much Freedumb is available in the United States today, and there is a great deal of Freedumb. There's so much, they just give it away, and it's amazing. Of course, it's an open panel. The link's up in the top of the chat. I'm going to be bringing up a few things to kind of talk about tonight, and of course, amongst those, flat Earth topics are always on the table. The only thing we don't really talk about here is too much about the last 3 years, other than kind of dance around it and show what kind of programming was actually used. That's my biggest thing about it, is how easily swayed people can be. lots of crazy stuff going on in the world. I found some interesting shit here today that let me go over to it real quick. And this was interesting. Of course, you had Mr. Matthew Perry of Friends recently die. And of course, with anything like that, immediately the conspiracies and everything start coming out. And sometimes they have validity, sometimes they don't. Who knows? But this is new to me, and you're going to see it. It's only about 6 minutes. We'll stop it partway through and stuff and go over some stuff. But supposedly there's a lot of stuff about his death being actually not what it was purported to be or reported to be, or either way, however you want to look at it. So let me bring that up real quick. And I have not seen it yet either. So this is new for both of us. All of us. Look at all of us here. Let's see. Is Jehovah's daughter Barbara made it? Okay. Starting to wonder, man. Jeez. So anyway, I'll check back to my participants and whatnot here in just a moment. I see my little eyeball numbers are going up. We're up at 24 already. Damn. Kind of a big deal there, Sav, you know? All right, here we go. So you got the volume? All right, we're good.
Something is not adding up with Matthew Perry's death. As you all know, Matthew Perry was found drowned in his jacuzzi at his home in Los Angeles. Days leading up to his death, he was posting cryptic messages on his Instagram in reference to Batman. Starting on October 17th, Matthew Perry posted this video of a cinema room. Every wall was covered with Batman. And he points up to the corner of the room, and there's a bat signal up there. The next post, he posts a bat out in the water where it says, "Sleep well, everybody. I've got the city tonight. Matman." So he's referring to himself as Matman, playing on the pun of Batman. He has something that says, "Batman plays pickleball." It was announced that he played a 2-hour pickleball match right before he died. Now, there's one post that's very bizarre where it's somebody, it's not Matthew Perry's hand. I don't believe it's Matthew Perry's hand, but it's somebody's hand dropping 3 cranberries on a table. And Matthew Perry says, "This is what I've had to eat today. I'm Matman." People are speculating that this had something to do with the Cranberries' lead singer, Dolores O'Riordan, as she was found dead from drowning as well. And then he goes on to post a picture of a jack-o'-lantern with the Batman signal carved into it saying, "Do you know what I mean?" And after this, he posts a video of the moon. And all it says is, "Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? I'm Matman." And in his 83rd and final post, it shows Matthew Perry in the jacuzzi where he drowned. He says, "Oh, so warm water swirling around makes you feel good? I'm Matman." In this photo, you can clearly see that he's highlighting the moon, which is behind him as well. And that is another thing, is Matthew Perry died on a full moon with a partial eclipse. He died on the hunter's moon. Some are saying that this was a full moon sacrifice. So what does this mean? Is he trying to tell us something? Batman, Matman? What's very interesting is in the Batman TV series, Season 1, Episode 33, Fine Finny Friends, it is revealed that Bruce Wayne's great-grandfather was the founder of the secret society Skull and Bones at Yale.
And that is Bruce Wayne's grandfather, Mrs. Cooper?
His great-grandfather.
I understand he was tapped for Skull and Bones.
Tapped for it? Sir, he founded Skull and Bones.
Not to mention that it was episode 33, which is heavily involved with Freemasonry. Now, obviously, this is very tragic. I don't want to make light of this, but there's some things that just don't add up surrounding Matthew Perry's death. Matthew Perry has had a history of drug abuse. He's had...
I just thought of something too, guys. The last name Perry. Wasn't there like an Admiral Perry? I wonder if there's a connection with that, with this bloodline or something too. Just curious, you know, might be, might not. You might not know it, but I'm a distant cousin of President Warren G. Harding, who was like the very first Watergate scandal type thing. I'm proud of that.
Had medical issues, so it's leading a lot of people to think that he was relapsing. But some are speculating that he was telling everybody a message, or he was trying to tell everybody a message because of all of these Batman/Matman scenarios.
Oh, let's try Matthew Perry.
Yeah, could I be any more of a house?
Who else we got?
Hey, Cha-Cha, I got more features than a NASA relief map of Turkmenistan.
Isn't that the voice that caused all those suicides? Murder-suicides.
The area home where he was found dead is reportedly his own home, and it was an assistant who had initially called 911 reporting cardiac arrest. From what we understand, this was first reported by TMZ, but several outlets, including us, have confirmed it in that time. And from what we understand, he'd spent the morning very active, playing pickleball for a few hours, came home, sent his assistant out on an errand, and when the assistant returned a few hours later, found him in an apparent dire condition. I don't know if he was dead at that point or suffering some sort of heart attack, but he was found in the jacuzzi. What's unclear is whether or not he was just in the jacuzzi when he died or had drowned in the jacuzzi. So there's quite a few questions there.
What are you trying to tell us?
No one told you life was gonna be this way. Your job's a joke, you're broke. Your love life's the old way. It's like you're always stuck in second gear.
How will we know when you're in trouble, when you're not okay?
If I say, I'm just going to chill alone at home tonight.
Is Batman.
RIP to Matthew Perry, but there are some things I found out and I need to show you. After not posting on social media for months, all of a sudden he posts multiple pictures in a row of the Batman signal. Now we all know the Batman signal goes up whenever there's...
What do y'all reckon that is about him and with Batman and shit? Or is there nothing? I don't know, man. This is weird.
danger. So was he trying to signal us something? Well, maybe, because he literally captioned it saying, do you know what I mean? And do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Matman. Now he wrote a book and it was a memoir. That's a story of your life. And the last chapter of the book of his life is titled Batman. And that sent chills down my spine. Now, the last picture we ever see of him on Instagram is him in his jacuzzi. He apparently suffered cardiac arrest and drowned in his jacuzzi. Alongside all the Batman pictures, he posted a video of these 3 cranberries saying, this is all I ate today, I'm Matman. Again, this is all coincidence, but if you search up cranberries, you get the band The Cranberries. The lead singer ended up dying from drowning while she was intoxicated. The police say there were no drugs found in his home and no foul play suspected, but I thought you guys would find that interesting. So RIP Matthew Perry and prayers out to everyone.
If I did die, it would shock people, but it wouldn't surprise anybody. And that's what I'm doing with writing this book. That's why I wanted to do it. I wanted to just talk about the highs and the lows because people are suffering out there. And maybe if they hear a story from somebody they've seen on TV that's worse than theirs or just the same as theirs, they'll be filled with hope, which is the key thing. I would like to be remembered as somebody who lived well, loved well, was a seeker, and his paramount thing is that he wants to help people. That's what I want.
He didn't sound right in that last little bit. That wasn't like his voice that I recognized. Listen to that. Hold on. Just back it up a little bit.
Who lived well, loved well, was a seeker, and his paramount thing is that he wants to help people. That's what I want.
I wonder if there was something wrong with him. Anyway, interesting. Interesting connections. What do y'all think about that? I don't know.
Something is not adding up with
behind it. Is there? I don't know. I don't even know what to think anymore about what's going on. So this is a scary little thing that's going on too. Banks not taking cash. And what I find interesting in this clip, this guy's trying to deposit cash into his account in a Chase bank. They won't accept cash. he's getting upset and they're threatening to call the police on him. And I thought, are you shitting me? This is the first time I've ever heard of the police being called for someone trying to put money in the bank. It's like, how ass backwards is that? But check this out. This is crazy.
Not customer service when somebody lives 130 miles away.
Or we can take you their cashier's check.
I know. I tell you, when I walk out of this damn bank, I'm going to get on Twitter. I'm going to blast the hell out of JP Morgan for not taking cash at a bank. That's the most stupidest thing I've ever heard of. Do I feel that way? That's crazy. It's crazy. Somebody walks in, the customer gets cash, and you won't take it. And you won't make an exception.
I'm going to leave the building, or I will call the police.
Hey, I don't care who the you call. This is ridiculous not to take cash on the.
It is Chase. It's not me personally. I appreciate you not yelling at me like that.
Yeah, but you have the ability to do customer service. Why can you not take a $50 bill?
I can just tell it to you. Okay, let me see it. Lose me like 100 or 200.
So it does have to be checked.
I asked to print it, but I don't know why.
So if my mom walks up with a $50 bill, you're not going to take the cash from her?
If it's her credit card, then you happily would take the payment for her. If you were a signer on that account, we would happily make that payment for you.
Okay, well, I've never heard that. I'm still going to get on social media and blast JP Morgan Chase for this. Oh, I am. Trust me, I am. And as you.
I'm going to get on social media and I'll show you guys. Are you shitting me, man? Are you kidding me, man? That's what you got. That's what you got, man. This is how they get away with it. I agree with you, Dave. If he had an agenda to expose something, just do it. Why dink around with Batman games? I agree 100%, man. I was thinking that myself. I was like, just put it out there. But who knows? Maybe I know a lot of these celebrities, they have like a guy that does their Twitter or their Instagram and shit like that. How did he take that picture of himself in the pool like that if he was alone? Somebody else took that picture. I don't know, man. I have to wonder sometimes. Anyway.
Social media gets a whole lot of attention. So I'm not going to call Chase and complain. I'm going to blast him on social media.
Either way, whatever you want to do is fine. I agree with you.
My mom is 78. She lives 130 miles from here. They won't take a cash payment on a credit card?
It's not their fault.
How do you think I feel? Go tell me to get a money order? That's great. It's not customer service. Not at all.
Chase Bank tells him to go get a money order? What is going on with the world, man? Come on. That can't be real. Dreamy, you think that's staged or the Matman thing? Which one are you thinking? Let's see. Nathan Bauer says, Perry's voice was drastically nasally in that part you pointed out. It doesn't sound normal. No, he sounds ill or like he's maybe even under the influence of something, I almost thought, was he drunk or on downers or something like that? Because he don't sound right. You're absolutely right. But yeah, you're right, Barbara. That's freaking absurd, man. The guy trying to put in to pay the credit card, you see? And what did the bank tells him? Go get a money order. The bank is one of the places I would think to go to get a money order at. Wouldn't you? Don't get one at Walmart. They want more information than you got to get a fucking passport. I'll tell you that right now. Just go to the post office. But this is getting ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. It's going to get worse. The worse the inflation gets. See, here's another thing too, is by having it not in your hands as physical cash, you're not as upset about it as opposed to when you're using a card or an unseen digital method. When you're paying with cash and you see that the increase in the amount of little bills you got to give out to buy the same thing you bought 2 months ago, that's more noticeable. They can slide more by you. Just like, for instance, nobody really realizes that we've doubled our debt from like 16 trillion to 32 trillion dollars just in 3 years. And as I've discussed before, some of you may be new to it, $1 trillion is a big fucking number, man. That's if you 1 trillion seconds, if you made $1 trillion, how long would it take you to make $1 trillion at $1 a second? And it's like 31,780 years, I think. It's almost 32,000 years if you figure it out. That's just for 1 trillion. Now, we was at 16, which is where the frick is that money come from, right? And then they double it in 3 years. This is ridiculous. Anybody that's even taking that shit serious.
Not customer service.
In debt to who? Meanwhile, while they make us dumb, I think this is where a lot of the free dumb is coming from. Look at this shit. This was in, where was this? I don't know. It sounds like it's in, I don't know. Maybe you can tell by the accent. But just, this is crazy. This is crazy. This is like so blatant. Look at this.
La madre, qué chingos es eso. Válgame la Virgen Santísima, pues qué es eso, José. Mira.
Spanish. They're speaking Spanish.
¿Qué es eso? Se está partiendo el pinche. Ay, José.
Look at that. Look at that.
Mira,
What the?
No, pues está cabrón, este pinche pedo está medio raro, ¿no? La
I mean,
madre, qué chingos es eso.
That's like a comb or something coming off of this. What the hell? That's some crazy shit. Now, what's in that? I think they're drugging us, man. I think they're drugging us. Again, I think they did it once before. I was talking to some people about that today. Lisa. I was talking to Lisa today. And I was telling her about this repopulation effort. We were talking about that and this Cabbage Patch Fairy movie. And, we were talking about where did all these bones and shit that look like they were boiled, are in the catacombs under Paris. And, you have all these stories from the 1800s, even in novels and shit of factories with all these kids working in them and orphans everywhere. And, where the hell were the adults? What was going on? And aluminum, barium, and strontium. Yes, I've heard that. I have heard that. So, you know what, Barbara? There's lithium naturally in this spring right near us, a place called Berlithia. And that water actually has natural lithium in it. And boy, will that ever put you in a good mood. I'll tell you that. But there's Lisa. Yeah, we were talking about this possible repopulation thing. And here's part of that, Lisa. This is part of what I was talking about here. This is another aspect of it.
Have you heard of the World's Fairs? The World's Fairs might be some of the most mysterious events in the entire history of man. These were gigantic, grand-scale events with grand-sized buildings. In the case of the St. Louis Fair, you had over 1,200 buildings. In fact, some of these were the largest recorded buildings in history at the time, which begs the question, how did they create such an event in record times, in 1 to 2 years? How did they build the buildings, the canals, the roadways, the walkways, the columns, the arches, the pillars, everything? How did they build everything in a year or two and make it look absolutely spectacular? And history will tell us that this is all made of plaster and hemp. In the modern day, these events will cost several $100 million based on their original expenses. But for temporary buildings, why do they have lightning rods? Why are they so big? Many believe these were cities that were found and destroyed by the new population.
I'm on that too. There's a lot of people in this chat tonight and watch the show that we're kind of on that that whole idea. This reset, mud flood.
Have you heard of the World's
Oh
Fair?
man, there's a lot to it. Even here in the little town where we're at, Luray, you see evidence of it in the older buildings and those that still remain. undulatus clouds. Yeah. What causes those so evenly, like a frequency? It looked like they were showing everybody that their Wi-Fi was fully charged, didn't it? Yeah. At the Philadelphia fair in 1874, Saddlebum says it was 20 acres. Yeah. These things had whole huge, like a whole country's displays inside of these buildings. The one in Chicago was amazing as well. I mean, all these fountains. They built this thing in 2 years. They had all these fountains. They had all this landscaping. Didn't bother to obviously remove any trees or anything. They just built with those there, regardless of whether they were in the way or not. Because, you know, here's large trees very close to these buildings. Yeah, there's a lot of bullshit to that, man. There really is. John Levy does great research on those fairs. Yes, I've watched a lot of him. I like Martin Liedtke too. He's got a lot of good stuff too. You went to the World's Fair in 1964, New York. I only saw a Life magazine about it. That one myself. I think my grandfather went to one. I don't remember where, but I remember him talking about going to a World's Fair in probably the 20s, I think in the 1920s or early teens of the 1900s. Can't remember. It's hard. He died when I was just 18 years old. So, yeah, Mind Unveiled. Yes, Mind Unveiled's been doing some work on this whole repopulation thing. There's this theme of, well, everybody knows Cabbage Patch Dolls. They put a video out here recently where they visited the place where Cabbage Patch Dolls come from, and it's literally a hospital. And they have a nurse come in, and when one's ready to be born, the nurse assists in delivering this Cabbage Patch doll, and it gets a freaking birth certificate and all that shit, man. It's crazy. Even that very first film, The Cabbage Patch Fairy, with Alice Guy. I wonder if I can find that. I probably can. We'll look that up in a little bit. Let me see who else rolled in here. Who did the cat drag in to be with us here on Freedumb Friday? Oh, yeah, quite the list going on. Boston Ray Mudflood. What's happening, brother? Still torquing on that, bro. Let's see. Got Dave's here. Call 40. Chilling. Dreamy Lynn, of course. Jay Heighton. Lisa Marie Tattersall. Little M. I got to give you a call tomorrow too, Lisa Marie. I got a cool idea. Little M39. Let's see. Nathan Bowers. Cool. He's getting the hang of the chat. That's good. He taught him how to tag people. That's a good skill to know. Paid Palmy, Saddlebum. Sean Alkey's here, of course. The fallen unslaves us all. That's good. Tommy Tell the Truth, and of course Barbara. Okay, just wanted to catch up with some people that perhaps weren't here when we first started up our little venture tonight. Now, so a lot of you probably seen this, but you know, we all the time people look up at something and they, like for instance, the moon, and they say, well, that's obviously a sphere, right? Or they see something through a telescope, and they say, well, that's obviously a sphere, right? But is it? I mean, until you can actually verify it, that's a whole nother story. Look at there, we got No Longer on the Ball is with us tonight. Let's give him a
hello. The moon, and I just wanted to show you some gravy about the moon too. It's crazy.
Okay.
Ethnicity here. And check it out. I got a virtual camera going on here. See that? Got my True Earth Wiki virtual camera.
Okay. Wait a second. What do you mean?
Well, so if you notice up here, it says True Earth Wiki across the top.
Yeah.
And then the over out on the outside is the logo of the Truth Wiki, and then the camera inside. So I just set that up with OBS Studio because I was recording videos for the wiki, instructional videos.
I see what you're referring to then. Yeah, your little overlay and shit. Okay,
Yeah.
OBS is a trip. You have to build that shit like a sandwich. Yeah, I use a not StreamYard. I'm in StreamYard right now. Streamlabs. I have Streamlabs software, and you have to for standalone. I don't use it much though because right here with this StreamYard, I mean, I could probably do more, but I mean, they're really giving a lot more options and stuff. Like if something happens, you can now a little note came up when I went into StreamYards today that if something goes on in the show, I can hit a B and hold it down on the keyboard and it will put a marker so I can go right to it afterwards and like
nice.
highlights and shit. So yeah, they're stepping up their game all the time. They get different layouts and stuff you can do. So I mostly about 99% of the time use StreamYards even just for local recording. But I want to play around more with the Streamlabs, some of that type of experience with it because there's a lot you can do with that, you know. But it gets to be too much. It gets to be too much for me. It's like I get confused, and especially if something gets changed on me. Let me show this thing here real quick, and then into your moon thing. And this, this segues right into it. I'm sure you've seen this before, right? Which one of these is actually a sphere, right?
Here are 4 objects. They all look round, right? But are they all spheres? How would we know? What if I told you that there is only one object that is not spherical? Can you tell what it is? Can you tell me how you knew it? Please look at them carefully. Here is the only object that is not spherical here. Here it is. I bet you thought it would be another one. But it will blow your mind if I tell you that this second object is also not spherical, and it's flat. And it will blow your mind even more if I tell you that this third object is concave. But how about this one? This is the only spherical object. We could have an oblate object and you would think it's spherical as well. So looking at something round does not mean it's a sphere.
There you go. Did you recognize that voice?
Yep, Karen B.
It's Karen B, isn't it? I forgot that was her video, yeah.
Here are 4 objects.
Stop, little video. There you go. Wow. So what kind of dumbness have you witnessed, or you had some cool stuff about the moon you want to share?
Oh, yeah. Let me see. I'll present here if it's okay.
Yeah.
Share screen. Don't show these tips. Hold on a second. Yes, I don't have 2 screens. Okay, share. And I'll make it bigger because it might affect it. So tell me if you can see that.
Hit your Control Plus key and it'll magnify that page. There you go.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, with the Truth Wiki, right? So go in here. I've been working on trying to basically fill in the gaps here because I have a lot of things that are just templates, like planets. It's just red because there's no page yet. So I've just been going through. I started working on the moon. And so I've got some gravy here. So what is the moon? Phases of the moon path, the orbit, the effects of the moon, which I just finished watching. That's why I was late to your show, actually. And the moon landing. And I have a couple more to do and whatever. So what is the moon? Got this, pretty gravy article here. So they're getting pretty complete looking, full size. I love this one right here. So The body of the wait. Okay. So regarding the moon, it formed. This is NASA's version of what the moon is, right? So it formed 4.5 billion years ago, not long after Earth's formation, out of debris from a giant impact between Earth and a Mars-sized body called Theia. And I put in here what Theia is. Theia is one of the 12 Titans, the children of the Earth goddess Gaia and the sky god Uranus. She is the Greek goddess of sight and vision, by the extension of the goddess who endowed gold, silver, and gems with their brilliance and intrinsic value. Her brother consort is Hyperion, a titan and a god of the sun. Together they were parents of Helios, the sun, Selene, the moon, and Eros, the dawn. And people think Fe is some sort of religion.
Right. You know, I've said that so much. It's like, and if you look at it, it has its priests, it has its saints, it has it. You know, like all their saints are like Copernicus and Galileo. You know, and then their priests are the current guys. You know, and there's some of those up for sainthood too, because they're dead now, like Sagan, shit like that.
Oh God!
And it requires belief. Anyone that says outside of it or is an apostate is shunned and ridiculed by the rest of the parishioners. I mean, it's a freaking religion for atheists.
Mm-hmm.
It absolutely is, man.
So just a real short page on the phases of the moon shows all the different, phases of the moon, and some pictures of that. Talks about how often the moon phase changes, like 29.5 days. The moon path and orbit. It's talking about the tidal, how it's tidal locked. The moon always faces the Earth, in the globe heliosexual model. And a little bit about the lunar annual lemma, which obviously this article isn't very big, but I got something there at least to start off. The effects of the moon. This one's gravy. I just finished this article. So it talks about, how NASA says we get moonlight, which is obviously, the sun bouncing off of it, right?
Uh-huh.
It talks about the weather on the moon, having it, basically it has to do with the weather being more like rocks and debris hitting the surface, plus the energy from the moon pounding the lunar surface all the time. So that's, good, sounds like a good place to play golf. Then NASA's explanation of the moon temperature, talking about how it gets hot and super cold. And a reality check here. So even if you for a moment believe that the moon's orbit around the Earth and lit by a sun 93 million miles away, how is it that rocks and dust on the moon can reflect bright light bright enough to read at night? How come the rocks and dirt on Earth don't reflect more light, considering the Earth is closer to the sun? If the moon was 238,000 miles away, why does the moon only light nearby clouds? How come the moon has a cooling effect? So then it goes into the effects of moonlight and the color temperatures. Here's the moon at 41K, and the sun at 5,000K. And it talks about the effects on animals. This stuff is gravy. I've been just digging in and finding so much. And when you go and research, there's so much to find out. It's talking about doodle bugs, badgers, and how it's affected by the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a veterinary who did a study. She says that she'd hear her staff members and colleagues would wonder out loud, "Oh, it must be a full moon tonight," during the emergency statistics of this veterinary. And so she was interested in that. She did a study, and she says the results were surprising. That basically there was a 23% greater risk of emergencies on fuller moon days for cats and a 28% greater risk for dogs when
Wow.
compared with other days. And she theorized this because, you know, there's more light, so cats and dogs are staying out longer and remaining more active. So they might be more likely to be traumatized by injury. Then it goes on to the effects of plants. This stuff is gravy. Man, I mean, sap moves more vigorously in plants during certain phases. The water can be up by 10% between those days. So what it's talking about is for like pruning and harvesting wood and stuff like that. There's your tree lumber could be less or more susceptible to rotting and parasites based on the phase of the moon that you harvest.
Yeah,
for plants.
this is you know, old time farmers know this shit, like about when there's a certain moon phase that you're supposed to plant potatoes and
Mhm.
all of that. Yeah, and they go by the almanac. You know?
Yes.
Yeah, and a
I
lot of
think it
people
actually
don't
talks
realize
about that.
yeah, the
somewhere in
almanac
there.
is based off of flat Earth shit. I mean, you know, this is what cracks me up is I hear these trolls. They go, "Yeah, oh, eclipses can't be predicted on a flat Earth," and it's like, you idiot. They use the Soros cycle, which is from ancient Babylon. Yeah, flat Earthers, man, who also
Yep.
believed in dark objects that were covering the sun or the moon. Now that's what I was thinking, you know, where you were talking about the reflectivity of gray rocks,
Yep.
right? Okay, so the
Mhm.
Earth is supposedly it's 70% water. That's what we're told. It's 70% water. And last I heard, water was pretty reflective, right? So
Mhm.
how come when we're having a solar eclipse, right? Why is there no earth shine lighting up the moon? It's completely black.
Mhm.
Or it's supposedly the moon. I don't think it is. I think it's Roku or Reiku, one of the dark bodies. And you know, you would figure that that sunlight directly bouncing back off of the highly reflective surface of the Earth would light the moon up.
Mhm.
I mean, after all, the moon lights the Earth, right?
Yeah. Yeah, see, there's some more gravy I need to put in this article, just hearing that. I remember that seeing stuff about that.
Yeah, the
Yeah, it's
ratio, even the ratio of
Mhm.
eclipse shadows, right? When you figure out the ratio, a solar eclipse leaving a 70-mile wide shadow, for instance, right? Well, you take
Mhm.
that 70 miles and you put it over the diameter of the moon. You make a fraction.
Mhm.
Then you take for your denominator over here on the other side, you know, your bottom number is going to be the Earth's diameter. And all you have
Yeah.
to do is crisscross applesauce, right? You multiply that 70 times the what? 7918, then
Mhm.
divide it by the 2160. And bingo gringo, that should give you your diameter of the shadow that goes across the moon. And you find out that it's about 10% the size of the moon. So you should see a black dot going across the moon, not in a total covering of the moon.
Mhm. Right.
So even
Yeah.
your ratios don't work out, nothing does. No,
Oh, you know what else is interesting? You know how they call that shadow, the effect? I forgot. It's like that conical shape. They say that the shadow, you know how shadows in reality actually spread bigger than the source, but
right,
apparently the shadow of the moon actually shrinks to a small cone shape to
yeah.
make that 70-mile diameter thing. Well, if you take the lines of that ray from the sun, where the sun spreads out wider and shows like a wide cone, and then the
Mhm.
moon's in the middle, and they show that penumbra or whatever that is, that
Yeah.
small cone,
The
and
umbra,
you take
the penumbra.
yeah, and if you take that symbology and flip it on its side, it actually is the symbol, a satanic symbol, apparently.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. The seal of Satan. Yeah,
Yeah. It's
I know what
just
you're
it's
talking
so
about.
much.
It's
It's so
it's also the same as the I believe Play Store for Windows or you know
Oh,
the
yeah, yeah, Windows is, Play
yeah,
Store, right, Google
yeah,
Play Store.
yeah. It's
Yep.
the same. You look
Yeah,
at Gmail. Gmail's a Masonic apron.
yeah. In fact, here's the Google Play icon right there. There you go.
You can
Yep.
also you take a look at well, like the Google Mail, right? Okay, Facebook. That's the two-ball cane symbol, right?
It's just how deep does this rabbit hole go?
Even with the thumbs up. Have you ever seen that? The seal of two-ball cane?
Uh-huh.
Okay, if you look that up, and you'll see it's even got the little thumbs up on it. Just like Facebook. It's an F. It's the whole thing, man.
Oh, geez.
Let me see if I can find it.
You know that song by the Bee Gees, How Deep Does Your Love Go?
Yeah.
I'm like, how deep does your rabbit hole go?
Right. Let me see.
I really want to know. How deep is your hole?
Let me see. Okay, here you go. Here you go.
Oh, let me switch screens here.
Okay, and I'm going to present. Let me stop that screen and present this screen. There you go.
Oh, jeez. What the heck?
Yeah. Right? So what are they doing here with us, man? And people are oblivious. They, of course, they're going to be completely oblivious to this. There's one that's even more obvious. I think it's with the silver inlay. Yeah, this one. Oh, that's all small. Thank you, Bing. Or whatever the fuck. God damn it. I mean, dadgummit. I gotta type it in again.
Oh, yeah. Chilling says the iPhone App Store is the Masonic set and square and compass, if I remember correctly. And I looked it up, and sure enough, it looks like some sort of triangle, the compass symbol there.
Watch here.
Yeah.
This one's a little more obvious. And of course, there's your little thumbs up.
Oh, gosh.
Color and everything, man. It's like, come on, man. What are they doing with us? What are we doing?
Right. So, yeah, that article is just pretty gravy, I think. I mean, it's, I'm not a mess. I'm not like Witsit or
my God,
or
yeah.
Alan at Space Audits or anything like that close. I wish I could even keep up for a millisecond just to produce articles like that of their presentations in here.
These young kids in their Adderall.
Yeah, but for what it's worth, it's a start, and so there's the assessment of the effects of the moon and hospital visits, and there's a little table here talking about how there's during the moon phase and the non-moon phase, so that there's characteristics of outpatient visits, the menstruation cycles.
Yeah.
The effects of temperature. So this one seems to be controversial. If you look up the effects on the temperature of the moonlight, you're going to find some mixed results there.
Yeah.
So I found this one article saying that that the null temperature results study by this Dr. Faulkner, saying that it's a flat earther claim, and he even cites that he theorizes that this came from Eric Dubay, and it probably came from a book on the flat Earth.
Right. Well, I do see the moon as like the negative to the positive sun, and much of its attributes are exactly that. So, this whole thing you have to look at it from the perspective of electricity.
Yeah,
this whole thing is electric.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is electric, and there's positive and negative all the time within electricity. And within and the whole system, we even have it within ourselves, even on the spiritual nature of the positive and the negative, the duality, the two poles, the polar opposites. everything works within that same principle. And you know, there's the sun has its role, the moon has its role. They are, you can't have one without the other. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like with good, you can't have good without evil. You can't have evil without good. You can't have negative without positive. You can't have light without dark.
Right.
There has to be two sides to it. There's always a dual polarity to everything. Even the nature of the benefit of the base elements, air, water, fire, and earth. They have their beneficial side and they have their destructive side. Every single, all of them. And just like us and our spirit, we have the beneficial side and the destructive side. It's which one you wish to resonate with. Yeah.
So when I was a teenager, I had, I was fascinated with electronics, and even probably preteen, actually, when I was growing up, the people at the church, knew I was into electronics, and they just thought that was fascinating. I drew circuit board diagrams of things I was dreaming up while I was sitting there at church, and I'd bring it over to this old guy. He was an old German guy, retired electrician. He gave me his whole entire college set of electronic books, correspondence books and stuff. And anyway, so I'd draw them and I'd run up to him after church and say, "Hey, would this circuit work?" And he'd look at it and go, "Well, what does it do?" And I'd say, "Oh, it does this and that." He's like, "Oh, yeah." Humoring me. And he taught me how to solder and stuff. But when I was a teenager, I still just kind of playing around with that stuff. I would always take stuff apart that quit working or something, or that was worthless or whatever. So I had this air ionizer, just kind of a standard little ionizer, where they, I took it apart, and inside of that is a little transformer. And if you take the two leads that come off the output side of that, there's about, 3,000 plus volts coming out of that thing at a really super low amperage rate. And, when you think of electricity, you kind of think of heat. Because if you spark you touch a couple of wires to get it off of a battery, it gets hot. And so this little thing would just kind of shoot a little blue arc. And it was probably maybe an inch, maybe an inch and a half wide arc, a little thin little sliver. And eventually I got to the point where I was afraid to get electrocuted, but I eventually got to the point where I was touching the wires as closely as I could, to the point where I finally got brave enough to just kind of hit it with the back of my fingernail. And I just kept doing that. And I noticed, it's not even shocking me. Eventually I grabbed the damn thing and I held this little thing up by its leads, and then the ends of my hair started glowing and fuzzing and stuff. It was awesome. So long story was short, I loved that thing. I played with it all the time. But one experiment I did with this thing was I kind of was having the sensation of that the arc that it's creating, it would just be a constant arc. It would have a tendency to be cold. And I couldn't understand that. So I stuck a piece of typing paper in the middle of these two wires, and I laid the typing paper on top of one wire, and the other wire I put above the piece of typing paper and made the arc go through the paper. And I just sat there and watched it for a while, waiting for the brown mark. I eventually just left the room and kind of came back in an hour and looked at the thing, and it's like, you know what, there's not even a single mark on that, but all around that part of the floor where it was slaying and arcing, it was just cold air flowing off of this thing.
Wow. Well, have you ever heard of John Hutchinson? No?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. So he was this guy that I don't know, he might still be around. He was messing around with electromagnetics and frequency.
Oh, yeah.
And this guy was levitating all kinds of different shit. He was fusing aluminum and wood together.
Wow.
Yeah, all kinds of crazy stuff, right? And he
Yeah.
hit this block of steel with an electromagnetic frequency, and this thing started like fumes coming off of it, what looked like smoke, but it wasn't smoke, flakes of carbon, and this thing started bending and warping and like melting. And when he stopped, he could just pick it right up, and it was colder than the ambient temperature when he started.
Wow.
Yeah, I might even be able to find this.
Yeah, I just brought it up on my screen there. That's the HutchinsonEffect.com. Apparently, that's his website. It says he was turned down by NASA.
Yeah.
Go figure. So that means that totally right there tells you he's legit. So I'll have to look into it.
I've seen a video where he fused a wooden spoon into a chunk of aluminum, and the wood did not burn or anything. I mean, it's fused into it.
Wow. That sounds like some of that Tartarian, how things melted together kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well, see, and we assumed if something looks like fire, it's hot. But that's not always the case. And he shows that. Yeah, look into his stuff, man. It's pretty interesting stuff, man.
And Ball says the moon and the earth is a bunch of rocks. So is that why when NASA brought back a moon rock from the moon mission, what was that? A museum had it analyzed. They found out it was petrified wood. So maybe the moon is actually,
maybe it's wood.
So how do you know it's a bunch of rocks?
I think it's plasma.
How do you know it's not? How do you know it's a bunch of rocks rather than just one rock?
Right? What is one rock but a whole bunch of little rocks if you look at it under a microscope? So
if that triggers Mr. M. Ball, I could go back here and go to the back to the moon page here. Whoops, what did I do? So the moon landing. Ooh, I got an exception here. There we go. Okay, so the moon landing. So this talks about the moon landing hoax, because there's so many, as you know, there's all the conspiracies out there, and every single one of them has an excuse made up. So this just kind of just is a breakdown of the moon landing. Like, how come the rock has a C drawn on it from the moon? According to NASA, it's a stray hair. How come the thrusters didn't make marks? How come there's no tracks behind the moon rover? See, here's China. They figured out how to make tracks on the moon. Right. But of course, but the Apollo mission, there's no tracks.
Well, no, they had this little fold-up crane that was on the lunar lander, so they could assemble it and then set it down there. Yeah. That's the ticket. That's what they did.
Yeah. So yeah, I found some kind of funnies here.
Oh God, yeah. I've seen that. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Keep that up. I'm gonna bring something up. Check this out. This is you might really. Let me see. Oh yeah, I did it on here. There we go. So everybody see that? This is interesting. It's about 3 minutes.
What are moon craters? Well, first of all, you have to understand that the moon is plasma, noble gases. So that would explain what your craters in the moon are. Those craters happen during creation. When God made the moon is when those craters appeared. That's why it's always been the same craters on the moon since the invention of the telescope. There's not one new crater up there. All these years, it's all the same craters because they were all formed during the creation of the moon. And the craters are a result of gas entrapment, which means when the moon was being created, the gas entrapment bubbles would burst and cause a crater after they burst. Now, for example, you see this crater here, and you see this crater here, and this crater here, and this crater here. you notice how they have that little tiny dot right in the center of them? That is where the bubble burst and receded back down into itself, forming the crater. Now, for example, check out this picture of gas entrapment bubbles in epoxy. Now, notice this gas bubble here has that identical little dot in it. And this gas bubble here has the same little dot in it. Not every single one of them do, but several of them do. Just like in the moon, not all the craters have that little dot, but a lot of them do. Now, let's compare the gas bubble craters in the epoxy with the gas bubble craters in the moon. As you can see, they are identical.
Yep.
So, like I said before, being that the moon is made of plasma, noble gases, that would explain why you have these gas entrapment bubbles that have burst and left craters. And then again, I could be just totally wrong, but you ask a question and that's my theory on it. And like I said before, since the invention of the telescope, there are no new craters on the moon. There's not been one new crater on the moon since we've been able to see the craters on the moon. And I've looked at the moon through telescopes and cameras for hours and hours and hours, and never have I seen a asteroid or a so-called meteor hit the moon and leave a new crater. So that leaves the funny question of asking yourself, well, how did all these craters form from asteroids and meteors, and then all of a sudden in all of our lifetime, they just stop hitting the moon, stop making craters? So now if you believe in the theory that the moon is a big rock up in space with moon dust, and that asteroids and meteors made these craters and hit this solid rock all the time, well, you would be looking up into the sky and this is what you would be seeing all the time. Now, this is computer generated, but I'm just showing you. If you believe this theory, this is what you would be seeing with your own eyes all the time. But anyways, thanks for watching and God bless.
Yeah, that's Terry, I think his name is.
Yeah, Terry Eicher.
Yeah.
I think he's Flat Out Truth 2 on YouTube.
Yep.
What he is, yeah.
Yeah, I'm subscribed to him. He's awesome.
Now, let's see. I got a message from my friend Benny that said that somebody was needing a link, an invite. Let's see. How do I do this? Let's see. I want to go to here. And I'm going to put it down here in the description. Maybe he's talking about on Facebook. Let me see. There's so much damn social media stuff, man. Yeah, let's see. He mentioned me in a comment right there. Let's see. I see what he says. I see what he says. Is that the guy? Kyle or Malcolm? Malcolm? I don't know. Wait a second. Who did he say? Just a second. Just a second. Malcolm. All right. So Malcolm, let's get Malcolm on here. Let's see if I can find it. There. There. Okay. Sorry about that. There. Now we get all. What's his nuts?
So that GIF there.
What's
One
that?
thing is that little GIF, that funny moon GIF.
Yeah, yeah.
What's cool about that is it looks silly, but you can also see that there's some quote unquote kind of realistic characteristics to it in the respect of the astronauts, the way the flag moves, the color texture of it. And so it just kind of cracks me up because obviously there's no way to fake a moon landing.
Well, it's got that live black and white 60s look to it.
Yeah.
Because I remember when TV looked that way, especially live TV. I was probably about 7 before we got our first color TV. So
yeah. So I have a thing here. It's called it's impossible to fake a moon landing. And this is what I showed you today. And this is a meme I made today. So if we had the vacuum of space and those little fabric suits would kind of expand out. So
I've been
thought.
sharing that, man. I put it out on Twitter, put it out on Facebook. Yeah, I was gonna throw it up on YouTube on my community page.
Nice.
Throw that up there. So yeah, I almost forgot to do that. In fact, I can do that right now. Shit. I'll do it from my phone because I have it on my phone.
What is it doing? I have to clear my cache, I guess. But yeah, I have a whole page of memes that, yikes, what is it doing to me? Whole page of memes here that I've been trying to collect. This is Karen B recommended I built a memes page, so
nice.
I started on it. So I got it. Here's the gas and gas pressure memes. I thought you saw. I think this is your meme right here that you made. And so here's all the gas pressure memes. Where's the curve perspective memes?
Dude, that kills them. Listen, those are the two things that kill them right off the bat. The globe dies like right from inception. No fluid pressure system without containment, and there's no curvature. We see too far. Game over.
Yeah, yeah.
Different pressure. They don't want to get into the discussion of gravity.
Everything needs a container for different pressures. Airplanes,
Yep.
beers, tires, tanks of gas, balloons. Oh, but not the ball, not the blue marble / pear / oblate spheroid, wobbling, tilting, flying through an ever-expanding vacuum. No, don't need a container there.
No, why? And because we have a gradient. Well, why do we have a gradient? They always say gravity. It's like gravity doesn't affect gas. We don't. There's no evidence of that whatsoever. We see gas expands. Gas. It's the dumbest shit thing I've ever heard in my life. That you're somehow going to have a gas pressure causing its own pressure. Think about how stupid that is.
See, I made these memes also. Ballers be like, nah. So everything I've been taught is a lie.
Well, you got to think about that too, and that's a great thing because a lot of people say that, and it's like, well, yeah, but what were you taught? What you think was knowledge was just you memorizing shit that somebody told you, so you could pass the test.
That look you get when you tell them that the Earth is flat. So I made a few of these memes. Most of these I got elsewhere, of course. But I've been making some.
That last one, Joel. Careful with that last one, bro. The algorithm might tag that as an obscene picture. That looks like some other appendage on a person. That doesn't look like a guy. That looks like a pecker. Dude,
yeah,
a little stubby pecker of some kind. Oh
yeah, no doubt, it does. So yeah, somebody just superimposed a little face mark over the top of somebody's yeah.
I'm angry because I'm circumcised.
So yeah.
Here's something. Check this out, man. This is really cool too. Let me stop this thing over here. But this is what a lot of people don't take into consideration. I can see things in my mind. I can work things out in my mind. And often it takes me a while before I can explain it of what I'm actually trying to get through to somebody. But this really this is one of them right here. This is what the horizon would be like on a ball.
Frame of reference. It's not different from the weird backward jolt that you experience on the train that you know perfectly well isn't being caused by anything. So why are you insisting that the downward jolt we experience every day on Earth has a physical origin? Maybe gravity, just like that backward jolt on the train, is an illusion.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
This is a different
one. I'm going to get that
up. Newton says, nice try, Einstein, but you forgot something. Earth is round. Down isn't really down, it's radially inward. And this creates two problems with thinking about freely falling frames as inertial or thinking about gravity as an illusion. First, two objects in a falling box are falling toward Earth on not quite parallel radial spokes. So from the perspective inside the box, they won't actually remain stationary. They accelerate toward each other slightly, even though there are no forces on them, in seeming violation of F equals ma. Second, by your criterion, Einstein, orbiting frames of reference, like on the space station, should also be considered inertial. But those frames accelerate relative to frames that are just falling straight down. And if you recall at the beginning of the episode, inertial frames aren't supposed to accelerate relative to each other. Huh, that's a good point. So it looks like game over for Einstein, right? Well, not quite. It turns out that there's a loophole that makes Einstein's viewpoint self-consistent. The rule that inertial frames can't accelerate relative to each other turns out only to be true if the world has what's called a flat geometry. If instead, the world is a non-Euclidean and curved spacetime, then straight line at constant speed doesn't mean what you think it means. And it turns out that inertial frames in a curved spacetime can do almost anything they want. It took Einstein about 7 years to realize that. But once he did, a beautiful model of the world emerged called general relativity. It makes several predictions that Newton's theory of gravity does not, and so far, it has passed all its experimental tests. And one of the central precepts of general relativity is that we inhabit a curved spacetime. And in that curved spacetime, the orbit of the ISS is a constant speed straight line. The arc of a basketball during a three-point shot, constant speed straight line. But you, sitting perfectly still in this chair watching this video, you, my friend, are accelerating, giving you the impression that there's a force of gravity when in fact no such thing exists. Wait a minute. How can geometry and straight lines possibly work the way I just said? Patience, Grasshopper. We'll tackle that another time.
Does that sound like a load of shit or what?
Mm-hmm.
That's just a bunch of mind fuck.
Yeah, yeah.
That's all that
Frame of reference.
That wasn't.
It's not different from the weird.
I'm sorry. I was looking for this other one I got that's on what it's if he was on a ball. Okay. I post so much shit, man. Or repost, anyways. Oh, this was funny as shit. Look at this. This is because it never works out. This I just thought this was funny. You'll like this.
Don't move. Swear to God, bro. Someone move this shit.
Didn't quite work out like it did in training, did it? Oh, and of course, Netflix is coming up with this here pretty soon, the Matthew Perry story.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. They got to be diverse, though. So they're going to have that guy play Matthew Perry.
Yeah, I'm terrible. I'm so far out of mainstream. I don't even know what happened to him. He died. So that's crazy.
Oh, yeah, I better not show this. I got this thing here. It's actually Nixon and Billy Graham talking about the synagogue and Satan who controls the media, who pushes porn, all this other shit. Yeah, I probably better not push it right now. There's a lot of people going crazy for the small hat people right now. Oh Lord, they're gonna bring up Holocaust and all kinds of other shit. So people are gonna be real sensitive right now. Is this the one? Let's see. Oh yeah, this is kind of interesting too with our time. I gotta find that thing now. Oh well, that's all right. I'm all over the place and I'm having fun smoking this space weed that I have up here. Check this out. This is about Angela. Pay attention. This is that missing time. Barbara, this is more on that missing time. Check this out.
Is this the biggest conspiracy in all history? This is the phantom time hypothesis that states we are actually in the year 1722. The idea says three men, Otto III, Sylvester II, and Constantine VII, all agreed to alter time and fabricate the years 614 to 911 AD so that they would live in the year 1000. The main evidence for this comes from the idea that there were discrepancies between a Julian calendar and a Gregorian calendar, which equated to the conclusion that 3 centuries had never actually existed. And due to a lack of historical evidence, those 3 centuries were pinned to the Carolingian period. Is this the biggest conspiracy in all?
So they fucking doctored our time. This is saying that we are in the 1700s, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
There's some pretty good videos out there. I don't know of them offhand. I watched them probably a year ago. But there's this huge old building where there was like the year 300 and
Solomon himself
written on the side. And it was not just written, it was etched in stone. It was carved in Roman numerals, like, I, V, X, whatever, all that crap. And so they have a picture of that building with that up above the doorway, the year the building was built, and then another picture of the same building with an eye or something in front of it, which is for the 1000. So they basically added 1000 years. So 1300 became, I mean, 300 became 1300.
1300.
And so we have some pretty good evidence out there in more than one account that 1000 years exactly was added, because they literally changed the J into an I or a 1. J meaning the year after Christ.
Okay, yeah. And you see that. I think
Yep.
this. I think
Sean Elke got it. Yep, the I and the J.
Yeah, the I and the J, IASIS. I've heard. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's fascinating, and it makes this Renaissance periods and all these other the Dark Ages, cavemen, crap.
Right.
It basically just decimates that rhetoric.
Well, yeah, and I've seen like buildings and stuff where the Roman numerals, where they later added another character to it to give it a later date, and you see in older photographs before they did that, and it's like, oh, okay, somebody's fucking the pooch here. This is the one I was looking for, bud, right here. How's your wife?
Good.
How's your wife? She's a dear, sweet lady.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was awesome getting to hang out with you and your wife.
Yeah,
it's
man.
pretty fun. We had fun.
What'd you think of that troll dude, man?
That was hilarious.
Oliveira, isn't his name Oliveira or something like it? Tyler Oliveira or some shit.
Right. Yeah. I was actually sitting right next to him. He was standing up there with his microphone. Karen B was standing right next to him, holding the mic for him or whatever. And I was literally right next to Karen B during that. And that was so funny.
I remember sitting there thinking, man, this guy's getting a lot of mic time.
Yeah. I was like, how did he?
This guy's getting a lot of mic time.
That's exactly what I was thinking too. And then the videos that Dose of Reality put out and stuff, he shows them really well too. And of course he caught on to the guy real well because he did some pre-interviews with him. But apparently even Dave Weiss did an interview with him before the Flattoberfest in general.
Yeah.
So it was kind of an interesting buildup. This guy, for being a baller, literally went out of his way to quote unquote troll. And he almost seemed legit. He had his act down so well that he actually seemed legit to a degree until he pulled out. But you could see he was wearing 2 shirts. And he also had a camera guy following him around and a special little microphone that he's holding in his hand. So it was like, oh, okay, so you are some sort of YouTube channel guy.
Yeah.
And that ended up being true. This guy has like 4.5 million subscribers. And that
Do you think he really does, though? Do you think he really does?
Yeah.
I look at some of these channels and then I look at their view counts, right? And here's somebody that got, some ungodly amount of fucking subscribers. And then you look at the views and average out the views on their lives and on their, even their static videos. And it's like, how is it that less than 10% of your subscriber base is even watching your videos?
Yeah. I think these people might be connected.
They are.
Yeah.
They're put out there by Google. Okay, this is the thing. People like our favorite Globe trolls that we see on here all the time, right? The ones that have big channels and shit. They're, when that woman was talking to the Congress and they were like, what efforts are you doing? Well, she didn't tell you everything they were doing, and that's part of it. And so consequently, they give a channel, they give them top promotion. Anytime somebody goes into the search looking for flat earth or evolution or any other controversial subject, that goes right to them. and right off the bat, you see, in an attempt to shut it down in the minds of the inquisitive, right? Trusting Google to be the authority in everything anyways, right? And so they've put out these channels. They give these guys heavy duty support. And, and of course, by having high subscriber counts, whether they're bots or not, that boosts you to the top of the algorithms. And it also the minds of a guy that goes, oh, well, I'm going to listen to this guy. Hell, he's got 4.5 million subscribers. This other guy's only got 1,000,
Yeah, well, Tyler Oliveira, if you go to his YouTube page, underneath the more details, it goes to, has the details. It says, for business inquiries, go to email Tyler Oliveira at night.co. If you type in night.co into your browser, it's a studio. It's a talent studio with careers and
my whole thing is like what I was just looking what Deborah Clark was talking, instead of just of earning the subs. I figure it this way, man. You could go into it saying, what I have to say is really, really important. So I'm going to buy subs so I can get my message out to more people, get boosted up in the algorithm. And I'm like this with it. I'm like, look, I'm doing what I do. And if God feels that my message should get out there, it'll get out there. People will come. If you build it, they will come.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what I'm hoping with the wiki.
And it's that thing's getting better and better all the time. I'm telling you. We might want to do something about like this little subject right here too, because this is what I've tried to explain to people, that if you were on a sphere, your horizon would drop below you as you gained altitude. You see, but we don't see that. All we see is more horizon. The higher you go, the more horizon you see. But this is just a couple of minutes long. 420 exactly, perfect number.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that stuff is flat.
And I've been looking for, that's perfect. Because that's what I've visualized. And there's finally, I see a video where it actually demonstrating that, and that's one of the things that I try to explain to people. I tried to explain that to what's his nuts, Red's Rhetoric at time, and he tried to use a really deceptive thing with his drone, and I'm like, you're using a line in the water as a physical horizon. That's not the physical horizon. Plus, he did it on the most humid day you could figure. So you've not got very much visibility. You're in Florida. For Christ's sake, get out of here with that crap.
Yeah, it's a Ruhip maneuver.
Yes, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys are all in the same little club.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they profit off of bouncing off of flat earthers.
Yeah. And listen, there's gullible people that they'll hang out there and, oh my God, they're like, these guys are so brilliant and shit. And I know those guys are sitting there because they know better, right? Just even by the nature of their existence, of why they're here on YouTube, they know, right? And they've got to be thinking in the back of their head, or at least while this is, they're playing this role, like, look at these idiot motherfuckers. They're so easy. They're so easy, and I don't know, man. They I don't know what it is either with these. Half of them, they got their hair is like, what's with this little point that they got to do with their hair on the top? Look like when you pinch off a shit, it just kind of choop that little dollop up there.
Mm-hmm.
Like wondering where the hell's that from, man?
Yeah, a little poo emoji do.
Yeah, like a shit emoji.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I don't know.
So here's our good buddy Elon. What do you think about this guy? This is crazy. This is about his car in space. The Roadster. What's going on with that up there? I mean, is it still just must be going around? Is any amateur astronomers, pick that thing up going by the moon? Like they're, can you track that like you can the ISS? Will it maybe one day crash into the ISS? Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
Your car into outer space. Your Tesla.
No.
That was a rumor?
No, it's true.
It's true. Why do you want to send your car into outer space?
No, I don't really.
You don't really?
No.
It was just a news blurb?
Well, it's a test mission.
Okay.
You're going to send something.
So it's to show that your car is space worthy, basically? No. What does it prove?
That's sentimental value.
Sentimental value for your company?
No.
Well, what's the mystery?
I mean, the last sentimental payload I said was cheese. That doesn't mean I love the dairy industry.
Okay. And you want to send your car into outer space?
What the dude? What did he? Yeah, I'm sending it. No, I'm not gonna. And so, what?
Mm-hmm. Gosh, sounded like Dr. Friday there for a second.
Yeah, I mean, wow, what kind of
double
shit?
Speaking BS.
All the time with that shit too. All the time with that. That's what they do. Check this out. This is a cool little experiment they did with seeds and Wi-Fi. You guys probably seen this before, but I think this is interesting. And we're around this all the time, so.
Do you have Wi-Fi in your house?
No, I've been in the technology industry all my life, and I've never had Wi-Fi.
Because?
Well, I just didn't feel it was right. I didn't feel it was safe.
So a guy in the tech industry,
Wow.
all my whole life, he says, I won't have that shit in my house. Fuck you.
That's insane. I mean, I'm a techie guy too, right? Computers and all this stuff, but you know, so it's a disappointment, you know, to see this kind of stuff. But if it's real, it's real. And it's like, oh man, if I was to adjust to that and get rid of the Wi-Fi in my house, oh man, I'd have to run so much cable. You know.
Oh my God, yeah.
I've already run some cable in my, you know, attic, but geez.
It'd look worse than the space station.
Yeah. That's for sure. Yeah, because I got a $0 budget compared to $50 million a day budget.
Oh my God, those people, they put that thing together and, you know, there's no video of them building it, nothing. Okay. So what the hell? And you know, I'm sure that I mean, if I was going to say, hey, I want you to build a thing for people to be able to live on and do science and shit up in space, right? I would probably first, you know, for such a thing, maybe consult with some, you know, engineers that design submarines, right? That's what I would do. You know, I mean, I would say, okay, it's the same thing, except for not being underwater, we're going to be in the exact opposite environment. So we need, you know, basically a submarine that's in space. Now, who in the world would ever put up that haphazard, look like pop rivet shit? Don't it? I mean, it looks like pop rivet sheet metal bullshit that they stuck together. And a bunch of cables all haphazardly twisted around and plugged into unknown places. You know, you don't have any kind of conduits that you put your cables in, so they're like against the wall and out of the way and neat and orderly. You know, no. We're just going to have this shit. And then we're going to let a bunch of chicks with long hair flying around with hairspray squirt water indiscriminately around all these electronics because, hey, you know, that's what we do.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Chase each other around with gorilla suits. $94,000 a pound, Joel. $94,000 a pound to launch something up there to the fucking space station. How much does the gorilla suit weigh? Think about how much your taxpayer money went to put a fucking gorilla suit up into the space station so that they could run around chasing each other in it.
Yep. That freak's guitar, when he went up there and did a live stream on the guitar, and somehow magically he was in sync with people on Earth, but every other second in time they have a 15-second delay kind of act they have to pretend they're doing.
Bagpipes, right?
Yeah. You know, right now, you know, if you notice all of the moon push lately, which, you know, getting back to the moon,
yeah,
you know, India and their shenanigans. And right now, I think NASA's been talking about how they're going to colonize the moon. And so basically, you could tell that, you know, it's the new, you know, phase. It's the fad of the month is talk about the moon.
Yeah.
So I thought, you know what would be freaking.
So soon after this latest moon was a. Hang on. So this latest moon was like a rare moon, right? I saw friends of mine commenting on Facebook saying, wow, what a huge moon, like it was a super moon or something. You know, it's probably something to do with that, you know? Let's direct everybody's attention to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So, I mean, here they are up there in that flying nightmare that they call the International Space Station.
Mm-hmm.
They have to drink. So what they did was they developed this thing to recycle their urine back into water. And this is the test that they did with it. So you guys can check this out. This is pretty cool.
NASA urine recycler, test 1, sample 1. It's the first water we've got out of the machine. This will allow astronauts to recycle their urine and sweat into beautiful, clean, clear drinking water. First sample, transparency, subpar. Oh, that's just piss. That's just straight up piss. Smell, urine, and damn it! Oh, that's piss. I don't know why I have to drink it. It's piss. It's yellow. That's piss all the way down to the bottom. Results have not been promising. Edison, you know, it took him like thousands of tries to find the right filament for a light bulb. And maybe we're being idiots, or maybe we're... that's piss! Let's just see who drinks it. I'm not going to drink it. I can sit here all fucking day. You drink it! Do we even have a machine? Are we just pissing into this bottle? That would go great with a cheeseburger if you like drinking piss with your cheeseburger. Hey, that's not bad. Like a glass of water that a friend pissed a little bit into. We made water! Somebody give me a glass of piss. I want to celebrate.
Yeah, no kidding. That was all probably fake too, but oh my gosh.
It was. It's a parody thing. Oh,
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
hilarious, man.
I love that though. It's like, this calls for a celebration. Give me a glass of piss.
Yeah, man. So give me a glass of piss. I want to celebrate. Yeah, man. It's some funny, good stuff, man. Oh, look, here's this meme that I found today. This really cool dude on here made this. This is kind of cool. Check this out. Oh, vacuum of space. That's what you'd look like. That's what those guys in suits should about look like.
Yeah, that's the one I sent you today.
Yeah.
That was fun to make. It was surprisingly easy. It's just you come up with the idea and I was like, oh crap. So I was trying to basically take a helmet and put it on top of the Stay Puft guy. And then I thought, well, this is starting to suck. So I ended up putting the Stay Puft Man over the top of the astronaut, and that worked out really easy. So yeah, that's hilarious.
So Benny Boy from in the chat, he's over here on Facebook. He was trying to get this guy to come up on panel, apparent globitis sufferer. And the guy says, I have better things to do than to talk to a bunch of conspiracy theorists who reject reality. So I just replied, pussy.
Oh, gosh.
I like, puss. Come on now.
Oh, man. That sucks.
Well, they're scared. They're scared.
Yeah.
Here they are. There's a bunch of globies waiting at the gate.
Life isn't worth living if you can't deal, basically go through conspiracies. Whether they're true or not, they're way more interesting than the damn CNN and that kind of bullshit.
There's my friend Chicago Artist who's with us tonight too. Awesome. Tommy Tell the Truth showed up as well. Awesome. Anson Howard's here. But yeah, this is how this world is right now. These stupid sheep don't realize it could go around that fucking gate. They'll wait. And this is true. This is what they'll do. This is what sheep will do. I've seen them where there's no fence at all, and a whole herd of sheep only will go through these two posts. It's where there's a gate at, because they were used to being penned in. After a while, you can take the pen away and they won't go outside of it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I've got chickens, and they're kind of that way too. You open up one door, and they'll just sit there and at a different door, and they'll pace back and forth and just walk back and forth over and over and over and look, try to figure out how to get out the door. And it's like, hey, come over here. This door's open. It's hilarious.
Oh, and man, oh, this was funny. Okay, so a transformer.
Walter keeps misgendering me.
Stop. Damn thing. A transformer used an AI cartoon generator and kind of got bent out of shape at the results. So watch this. This is the world we live in, man.
Keeps misgendering me. Look. No fucking way. No way. Okay, we're gonna try this.
There you go. Girl the hair out a little bit.
Hell no. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, let's try again. Walter keeps misgendering.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Oh, and that thing is based on like an algorithm, you know, of bone structure and shit like that. I think that's funny. I think that's
Uh-huh. Yeah, I heard that there was a red gender recognition app or something like that, what you just basically showed, and it was more accurate than you would expect.
Yeah, I could imagine. Anson says not going to get much done with those nails. He doesn't need to get much done, Anson. His job is to be offended and then try to sue somebody because he was offended. That's where he's going with all that.
Yeah.
But, you know.
And a big step forward for Soviet.
See, I think this is a
happy landing for Russia.
I think I have the Russians when they landed on the moon. They put something on the moon, I think. I'm not sure when. But this is
a happy landing for Russia's unmanned Luna 17 spacecraft and a big step forward for Soviet scientists in Lenin's Jubilee year.
It's real.
The first self-propelled vehicle ever to drive across the lunar landscape is controlled from Earth. It's called Lunicard 1, and here's how this extraordinary Heath Robinson 8-wheeler was rolled down from the spacecraft onto the Sea of Rain. The size of the vehicle hasn't been disclosed, but it's been sending back television pictures and carries, among other equipment, a laser reflector. It's been used to survey the moon's surface. So now Soviet space experts have proved their theory that space exploration can be carried out by automatic equipment without risking the lives of astronauts. To Russia, Lunicard is worth its weight in moon dust.
They just kind of overdo it with the laughter.
That's great.
But yeah, that was real. They actually floated that by everybody. I almost forgot that thing's up there. Is it still wandering around? You know,
yeah.
That's what I have to wonder.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's wandering around on a big vapor of plasma, electrical vapor of plasma.
This guy came back and said, would you consider discussing whether America exists? And I said, sure. That would be an interesting topic, you know?
Sure.
And what's your definition of existence? You know, exist as what?
Exactly, because it sort of isn't even a conspiracy theory, considering they call what we live in now America. So it definitely has to have existed.
Yeah, well, it's definitely a place. I know I'm in a place right now. I'm in a geographic location that they say is called America.
Right.
Basically a continent. Now, there's a nation on that continent. It's the United States of on the American continent of America, they call it, right? So that's what it is, kind of like the European Union is. Right? Each one of these, what we call states, is a country. And so banded together, it becomes a nation. And I know that they call that America. Now, is it the same place and lifestyle and shit that it was when it was founded? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Do we have the same type of control system? No, it's gotten worse. It's always been bad. It's just gotten worse. Have we ever been a free nation? No, not really. We've always been a subject to the crown. We've always been a colony of England. In fact, even to this day, the current monarch, what's his name? King Alfred E. Newman, Charles. He's also, one of his patents of nobility is Prince of America. You know, this goes all the way back to King James. So, you know, it's that whole thing, the revolution and our freedom, and we broke away from England and shit. Bahui. You know, that's just a nice story. Nothing better than slaves that think that they're free. It's the Jones plantation, man. You've seen that before, right? Larkin Rose?
No.
Oh my God, you gotta watch that. The Jones plantation. This is really it's an interesting. I don't think that there's a problem with us showing that on here. I think it can be used for fair use. Let me see if I can find it. It's only a couple of minutes long, and it's pretty telling. So if you want to kind of know where we're, let's see, I'll go here. I'll go, because I just watched it the other day. There it is, the Jones plantation. Boom, in my history. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, it's all of what? Let me see. What's it say? 12 minutes long. That's not bad. So I'm going to bring that up and pause it. Make it big so everybody can see it good. Unmute it. Turn the volume up. Stop screening this thing. Man, I'm producer, director, and everything all at once. This is... All right. So this will give you an idea. This is like a hypothetical, but you can apply it as you wish.
Mr. Jones owned a cotton plantation and many slaves.
In fact, what I'll do is I'll take it up just a little bit just to keep from getting copyright. But this guy talks slow enough that we'll still be able to hang with it. So
one day he was talking to the owner of the plantation next to his, and Mr. Jones was lamenting the fact that times were tough. He was having to work his slaves harder than ever and was having trouble with some of them being disobedient or trying to run away. The other plantation owner said he knew someone who could help.
Day 1.
One day, Mr. Jones called his slaves together so a man named Mr. Smith could talk to them. Before beginning, Mr. Smith whispered to Mr. Jones, "Whatever I say, do not contradict me or interfere, and I promise you your slave troubles will end." "My name is Mr. Smith," he said to the slaves, "and this may be the happiest day of your lives. From today forward, you will no longer be slaves, but free men." Mr. Jones was so shocked he started to step forward, but Mr. Smith gestured for him to remain silent. He did, only because the other plantation owner had spoken so highly of Mr. Smith's skills. "You are no longer the property of Mr. Jones," Mr. Smith continued. "You are free. No more will you be forced to labor for the benefit of Mr. Jones. Now you can work for yourselves." Now the slaves were all murmuring and looking at each other. Many were smiling, many were looking puzzled. "In fact, you are now free to leave the plantation whenever you want," Mr. Smith said. "However, since we are surrounded by other plantations, if you leave, some other plantation owner will likely claim you as his own the moment you set foot on his property. So I urge you not to risk your newfound freedom by doing something so foolish. Instead, I suggest that you stay here, no longer as slaves, but as willing participants and part owners of this plantation. Yes, this is now your plantation." Mr. Jones bit his tongue to keep from objecting. "For now, we might as well leave Mr. Jones in charge," said Mr. Smith, "since he is the only one with any experience at running a plantation, which is quite a complicated thing to manage. But he will no longer be your master, but just another worker on the plantation. In fact, he will now be using his organizational and management skills to serve you. Whatever problems you may have had with him before, you are now all equals, and you need each other to make this work. If we all cooperate and work together, we can all reap the benefits together. In honor of this happy occasion, I present you this new symbol of togetherness and cooperation, this flag, which shall be the emblem of the new free Jones plantation." He held up the new flag, but most of those listening were still too amazed to respond. "And this shall be our motto," Mr. Smith announced. "We work together as free men for our mutual benefit, pledging our allegiance to the Jones plantation, which stands for prosperity, liberty, and justice for all. To celebrate, everyone has the rest of the day off. Enjoy your freedom, do as you please, and be back here tomorrow morning, bright and early, so that we may begin work on this great and noble new endeavor as equal free men." Finally convinced that Mr. Smith was serious, the former slaves applauded and cheered.
Day 2.
"We all want this plantation to do well," Mr. Smith said at the beginning of the next meeting, "so we can all share in the benefits. We all know that it takes a lot of effort to make a cotton plantation work. Just because you're all free doesn't mean you can stop working. In fact, since you're now working for yourselves, I expect you to work even harder than ever before, but now with pride and joy, knowing that you're working for yourselves. Of course, there still have to be rules. If everyone just does whatever he wants, the plantation won't produce anything. This experiment will fail and we'll all starve. You should be thankful that Mr. Jones has agreed to stay on to lend his knowledge and skills to this endeavor, and I trust you will all do your own part to make this work. Several of you have been chosen to act as project supervisors to manage different aspects of the operation, to make sure everyone is doing his assigned job, to make sure that the rules are followed, and so on. The rest of you may head out to the fields to start your first day of work as free men.
Day 3.
The next morning, Mr. Smith had a grim expression on his face as the daily meeting began. I have an unpleasant duty to do today, he said. Yesterday, Charles was caught keeping some of the cotton he picked, presumably to sell for his own personal profit. That is against the rules. That is stealing. For that, Charles must be punished. 2 men tied Charles to the whipping post. I take no joy in this, Mr. Smith continued, but you must understand, if we do not maintain order, if we do not have rules that we all abide by, then the plantation will fail, and we will all suffer. The whip cracked against Charles' back. But if we all pitch in for the common good, then we can all prosper. Being free doesn't mean you should be selfish and greedy. We must each do our assigned duties and obey the rules, and then we can all benefit, and each of you will receive your appropriate share of the profits. A young man named Samuel stepped forward. But if you and Mr. Jones decide the rules and whip us if we disobey, how is that any different from what we had before? How can you say that? Mr. Smith asked. I'm shocked. You were a slave before, and now you're free. Things still need to be managed and organized by those best qualified to do so. Do you know how to run a plantation, Samuel? Well, no, he answered. But if we're free, why do we get no say in what the rules are and how things work? I'm surprised at your ingratitude, Mr. Smith answered. None of you know how a plantation is run, so you're in no position to be making decisions about how things are done here. You don't seem to appreciate all the things that Mr. Jones provides for you, from protecting you from all the outside threats that you know nothing about, those who would come here, capture and enslave you, if not for Mr. Jones' protection, to making sure that you all have food and housing, tools to work with, you're cared for when sick and injured, and so on. There wouldn't be a plantation at all, no cotton to pick, no land to plant and harvest, if not for him. You should be grateful that he's made possible the level of comfort you now have. Your lives would be far worse if not for him. Nevertheless, as free and equal participants in this endeavor, from now on at each meeting, any worker may have 2 minutes to ask questions or voice suggestions or complaints. With that, the workers all seemed satisfied and headed out again to the fields to pick the cotton.
Day 4.
I have a big announcement, Mr. Smith said as the daily meeting began. Mr. Jones' cousin is here, and not just to visit and see how our project is coming along. It has been decided that from now on, you will be deciding who will manage the plantation. Of course, this job can't be done by just anyone, but every 3 months we will have a special meeting at which all the workers will vote on whether we think Mr. Jones should run the plantation or whether we think his cousin, Mr. Johnson, should run the plantation. That means that ultimately you are in charge because you will be deciding which man you want running things on your behalf. If you don't like the way things are being managed, you now have the power to change it. Amazed and pleased, the workers headed out again to the fields to pick the cotton. Days passed, months passed, a year passed, and the plantation continued to operate as before. Sometimes Mr. Jones was in charge, sometimes Mr. Johnson was in charge, but the day-to-day routine stayed exactly the same. The workers worked hard, long hours every day and still had little to show for it. Every day the meeting would begin with them all reciting the Jones Plantation motto. We work together as free men for our mutual benefit, pledging our allegiance to the Jones Plantation, which stands for prosperity, liberty, and justice for all. One day Mr. Smith announced, Samuel is asked to say a few words this morning, and whatever the rest of us may think of his ideas and opinions, we are all free here, and that means we are all allowed to speak our minds. So, Samuel, you have 2 minutes. Begin. Samuel stepped forward, looking scared. I was excited when all this started, he began, glancing nervously at Mr. Smith and Mr. Jones. But don't you all see what's happened here? Nothing's changed. We're all still slaves. There were grumbles of disagreement from the crowd. They tell us what to do and whip us if we don't. They still make all the rules and punish us if we disobey. They let us make suggestions and complain about things, but they never really change anything. They let us choose between Mr. Jones and Mr. Johnson, but what's the difference? The situation stays the same. We do all of the work, and they take as much as they want and decide how much they'll let us keep. They live in luxury, made rich by the cotton we pick. We do all the work and have to build our own huts, grow our own food, and take care of ourselves. They leave us just enough that we don't revolt or run away. This is not freedom. We're all still slaves. They've only changed the words they use, but nothing else has changed. They say we're all free and equal, but we're not. They command and we obey. That's not freedom. That's not equality. They say we're free to leave, but all that means is that we're free to be someone else's slave. Why should we work or obey the rules? We didn't agree to this. They made the system. They forced it on us. They control and rob us and call it freedom. They've deceived you into thinking that being able to choose which slave master you'll work for is the same as being free. It's not. Open your eyes. If you keep what you produce, they call it stealing. When they take what you produce, they call it sharing and fair distribution. Can't you see that this is all? Your time is up, Samuel, Mr. Smith announced calmly. At his gesture, 2 supervisors grabbed Samuel by the arms and led him to the whipping post. I'm sorry, Samuel, but you've broken the rules. There are rules against encouraging others not to work and encouraging others to break the rules. You're only hurting all of us with your discontentment and your complaining and your disobedience. The whip fell, and Samuel let out a grunt. Without rules, without order, all would be lost. Without law, there would be chaos. We can't just behave as wild animals, each doing whatever he pleases. We must all follow the plan and all do our duty for the betterment of everyone. And those who do not must be punished. The whip fell again, and blood flowed freely from Samuel's back. Samuel, it is you who are stealing from the others. When you don't do your assigned work, you are making more work for others. When you disobey the rules, it is you who are endangering the future of everyone else here. You are the thief. You are the criminal. You are the one trying to destroy the arrangement that keeps us all safe and prosperous. At every lash of the whip, the other workers cheered louder and louder, some yelling curses at Samuel. Being spoiled and selfish, you complain about everything, talking as if you're oppressed. But you are the one ruining things. You are the one keeping us from being all we could be. It is your greed and your rebelliousness that is hurting all of us. They all play by the rules, Mr. Smith said, gesturing at the others. What makes you think that you don't have to? You think you're above the law? There were loud yells of agreement as the whip fell again. We must maintain order, Mr. Smith proclaimed, to make this plantation great, to make it so that we can all be happy and prosperous. To have the society we want, there have to be rules. We all have to contribute our fair share to this great endeavor, and we cannot tolerate actions and attitudes that seek to undermine the amazing things that together as free men we have achieved and will continue to achieve. Mr. Jones was smiling as he gave Mr. Smith a pat on the back. The crowd was cheering so loudly that none of them had noticed that Samuel had died.
What you have been taught about government and politics is no more accurate or reasonable than what Mr. Smith taught the slaves. If you're ready to look through the veil of rhetoric and propaganda to see the reality beneath, get a copy of The Most Dangerous Superstition. It will change the way you see the world.
Wow. Fantastic. You're on mute.
Yeah, so thank you. So I'm gonna put a link to that down here in the chat, and I will also put it in here. Jones annotation. There it is. And we'll Control V. Hit the save. There we go. So it's also in the description of the video too. So anybody watching this later, if you want to check that out. In fact, also, I think that'd be a good place to put it would be over on Facebook. Why not? Right? I'll just paste it there, and then I'll just say, there we go. I finally made an appointment to get new glasses. Thank God. My eyes are in the worst shape. And these glasses are scratched. I don't know what it is. I think the whatever kind of coating's on them or something for them to be photo gray is starting to like wear off for some reason. And I got like little blurry spots up here and shit. And it feels like my glasses are dirty all the time, even when they're not. And so I finally made an appointment. And I get to go on the 9th, next Thursday, a week from yesterday, I guess. That ought to be different. Oh, this is crazy too. So did you know that the Red Cross sells your blood to pharmaceutical companies, man?
Holy lordy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the plasma or something.
Yeah, there's a whole thing on it. Yeah, they said, man, I don't trust them anyways. I've always had the heebie-jeebies about anybody sticking shit in my arm, or, trying to get into my veins, that kind of thing. Even when I've given blood before, and my asshole pinched up tighter than shit because of, that it just gives me the heebie-jeebies having that fucking needle in my vein. Having anything in my veins or fucking with my veins. An IV, I could never do. I just would never. Every time I look at it, it would make me crazy. I really have a real thing about that. I don't know why, but it's really bad.
Yeah, with the rumors of what was going on in Maui with the Red Cross hoarding supplies that were being shipped to help the victims. and FEMA and all this other stuff. It just sounds like scary business. Every time the government says we've got help for you after an alleged issue happens, some sort of chaos, they come out with their helpful teams, and if that's the case, you either need to stand your ground or freaking hide. Is the way it's the way I look at it. If they try to flood my house, I will be sitting there waiting for them suckers to show up.
Listen, get ready, guys. Here we go. Look at here. This just went out, 29 minutes ago, I think. I just noticed it was 11:06 is when this went out. Yeah, okay. 30 minutes ago. Multiple children have been shot and injured in a mass shooting in Cincinnati, Ohio. Multiple authorities are at the scene of a mass shooting where 6 children have been confirmed shot, with 1 confirmed deceased. All victims have been transported to Cincinnati Children's Hospital for treatment at this time. Hospital officials are unable to provide further details on the ages or conditions of the victim, as the situation is still developing. So let me hear what this is a minute-long thing. Let's see what this has got going on.
Truck 29 to responding companies. We have a total of, right at this point, 5 children shot. We have.
I was just getting logged on. Did you still need me to respond on District 1, please?
What is it? Did you say something?
No.
Oh, that was on here. Okay.
And we have several
I believe
shot
we're in
leg
a
and abdomen and back. So we're at Bent Avenue, Bent Drive, and Jones.
I copy 5323. If you can respond as well.
Please respond for multiple shooting victims, 731 Benton Street.
We have 5 children shot down in District 1. I'm assuming some are going to come your way and some are going to go to UC.
Please respond for multiple shooting victims, 731 Benton Street.
We have 5 children shot down in District 1.
Okay, so right off the bat, right, Daniel Becker, I'm with you on that too. You got to wonder who's going to target kids.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just ridiculous. Let me see if there's any more on this.
You notice how the story there was also supplemented with the police chatter.
Yeah.
Which is like, okay, yeah, that's just your everyday incident where, of course, you're going to listen in onto a police emergency. First of all, that's done on secure channels. They don't just broadcast everything on the public. If somebody's having medical emergency, sure, they'll broadcast that out on public so you can hear it over your scanners. But if it becomes a sensitive topic, they encrypt all that crap.
Oh, Lord. Okay, so let's see where the propaganda is going. All right, right off the bat, this is out. And I'm looking here from this Wayne Tech thing. Says sleeper cells, black ops, children, Ohio, cabal intel, breaking multi. What? So they're already going. You see, they've been planting this idea of sleeper cells and the border being open and, this wanting people to have this idea of terrorist cells all over the place in the United States. That's right. And this is going to be a prelude to being able to another kind of lockdown, maybe while they do drill and sweep. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That kind of operation when in reality there's no real terrorists. I know that in areas like where I'm at, something like that comes down. We call that a target-rich environment. A sleeper cell busting out where I live, that's sport. We'll get them, no problem. Yep.
And if it was like that Las Vegas incident a while back, the police chief that's in Maui right now, well, that happened to be a rogue FBI agent. So there you go. So if people are actually getting hurt, it's likely these terrorists that have taken over our country, that they're the ones involved with pulling the trigger.
Right. The terrorists that you see up there with posing as politicians. Fuckers.
That's right. Yep.
That's the
You
ones.
got it. There isn't. I mean, sure. So there's incidents, domestic violence, people getting drunk, doing all these things that they shouldn't do. Sometimes results in injuries and deaths.
Right.
Girlfriend, boyfriend issues, blah blah blah. But yeah, nobody just runs around and decides I'm going to take a high-powered rifle and I'm going to take out a whole bunch of kids.
Well, here's the thing. You got to be careful. They said children initially, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay, now let's see. Here's one from 12 minutes ago. Cincinnati police chief confirms 6 victims, different levels of injuries, 1 male deceased, unclear of his age. Juveniles involved, but age is unclear. Okay. Yep. All right, Cincinnati. How much you want to bet this is probably some gangbanger shit? You're going to find out that these were fucking teens. Mm-hmm. And they want to say children so that they, listen, I'm just saying this, watch out for that. It's in the wording. Unclear how it started. So what's this mean? That there were shots exchanged between groups of juveniles? What do we got going on?
1 second, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Let's see. Here's 1:22 minutes. Less than a half a mile from Taft High School, where the high school football game was played on Friday night. All right, this is starting to make a little bit more. Okay. So what we see, update. The shooting scene is less than a half a mile from the Taft High School, where the high school football game was played on Friday night. So this is some of that type of bullshit. I guarantee it. 6 victims taken to Cincinnati Children's after shooting in West End.
Back to kids again.
Yeah. But it's a children's hospital. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking about near a high school football game. I'm seeing a scenario going on in my head right now that this wasn't. They're wanting to paint it like it's some kind of random shooter. A sleeper. Yep. That other guy was trying to paint it. I see it as we're seeing a lot of teen violence, especially in the inner city. Cincinnati is not known for its peacefulness. It's kind of a crap hole, just like every other city in the United States. And I think what we're seeing right here is just violence, people against people. I think that it was a shootout, maybe between 2 groups, or even one guy going up to shoot a bunch of rival people that he didn't like or something. But either way, this is not what I don't think this is what they're trying to get it to be initially. I think it's going to turn out that this was some kind of maybe even a gangbanger type shit.
Well, what's coming up is elections. This smells like a Trump train bait. Also.
Well, they're going to try. They're really trying hard to get our guns. They really are.
Yep.
So don't ever classify your guns or refer to your guns as a firearm, because that's a commercial term.
Oh, okay.
Once you refer to them or agree that they're a firearm, then that means that they are a commercial item and can be adjudicated under Uniform Commercial Code. And that's,
you have the right to bear them according to the Constitution.
Well, not firearms. You have the right to bear arms. So I'm not calling my arms firearms. I'm calling them guns. I have axes. I have battle axes. I have a fucking machete. I've got a crossbow. I've got several guns of different calibers, even air rifles. All of them are arms. All of them are arms.
Yeah, but not the fire type. Yeah, gotcha. Well, yeah. They're desperate to get a hold of those things. And they have been for quite some time now. The more tyrannical the government gets, the more desperate they are to take your guns. Mm-hmm. And the more desperate they are to take your guns, the more likely they are to pull out false flags, such as these shootings, such as these incidents, terrorists attacks like 9/11, and they just yeah, they just pull out a bunch of BS. They've got freaking crisis actors. It's not hard to do this stuff. I mean, you know, kind of back to what I was talking about with the moon. I think, you know, as far as faking stuff, I think a bunch of us flat earthers, if you will, we should get together and do a GoFundMe or something and build ourselves a freaking moon set and actually stage and film the original Apollo moon landing and do it like a Weird Al Yankovic video, where you know how Weird Al would just like synchronistically, step for step, impersonate the original video he was doing. Not only that, but the song, he would play a spaz off the song, but actually literally do it professional and literally do it step for step and actually use the real 60s quality camera, or at least apply a 60s quality of filter.
Joel, we wouldn't have to build a set. I know a couple of perfect places, man, because we were out exploring around where I used to live in the desert, right? Right in the Alancha area, up there by where they filmed Tremors, right? Where the town in Tremors was right up behind my house. Anyway, there's a pumice mine right there. In fact, you see it in the movie Tremors, that scene where Kevin Bacon's talking to the guy who's up on the roof of the store and he's on the ground. When you see the scene, look at Kevin Bacon, and in the background, you'll see this plume of white dust in the air. That's all the time going. It's from that pumice mine, right? Well, there's a few of those all around, and they're not always running like that. And you go there, and I swear to God, it's volcanic ash. That's what it is. Pumice is. And it looks just like the lunar surface that they filmed. It looks exactly like that, especially at night under moonlight. It really looks fucking crazy. Your feet will leave footprints in that dust, just like was left on the moon too. I halfway wonder if they didn't film part of that at a pumice mine.
We could have a person imposing as if they were the character of Buzz Aldrin and yada yada. Have the 3 astronauts, and you know, have the camera being pulled away from the film, and you know, doing basically whatever they just said they live casted. You know,
and it'll be easy to cast Buzz Aldrin because you can like say, all right, this is the bonus for whoever gets to play Buzz Aldrin. It's like you get to be drunk all the time. Okay,
yeah,
so, yeah.
Yep.
You know, so maybe we, you know, float that around some AA meetings. No, I'm just kidding.
Then we could, like, you know,
it's so
have you walking up to some building and somebody says, "Hey, put your hand on the Bible," and you could punch them. You know, all that.
Yeah. Who gets to be Bart Sabril, right?
Exactly.
Real character in this. Oh my God.
Yeah. That would be hilarious, because I've heard a lot of claims out there that, you know, it's kind of like it'd be easier to go to the moon, actually physically go to the moon, than it would be to fake it. So I think it would be hilarious.
I've heard that nonsense too, you know, and it's like this whole thing of why would they fake it? Well, even if you believe in the idea that you can go to the moon and it is this ball floating around the earth out in space or whatnot, you could still be dissuaded because there's enough evidence to show that those pictures we see are fake. The impossibility of those spacesuits and on the lunar surface, as you exemplified with your meme, and you know, play it off that, look, we were in a Cold War. We were trying to break the Soviets economically. So we had to claim victory in the space race. So we just faked it. And also, you know, bolster that along with the Capricorn 1 movie. You know, look, they couldn't afford to actually do it, but they couldn't lose the support. So they had to fake it, you know. So here, check this out. But I don't know, man. I can't believe that anybody actually, with a straight face, actually believes that people actually went, you know, 237,000 miles, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it's hilarious.
I mean, just the impossibility of that. And you got to think about this: that little fucking capsule that was going around. Who was in that? Alan Shepard, right? And he's going around, and here's Buzz and Neil. They're all done picking up rocks and bouncing around and putting a flag out and all this other nonsense. And they get in this thing and blast off up away from the moon. And somehow this thing going faster than a bullet, right? Not the thing they just took off in. The fucking capsule's going around the moon, the speed of a fucking bullet. And they somehow managed to work that thing around. And have you ever seen the footage, the film footage from that docking? Where they dock the Eagle onto the Apollo capsule? That is like, it's like claymation. It's terrible. It's terrible.
Yep.
It's so bad.
It's like a dude holding a model wearing black gloves in a dark room.
You've seen my thing with her launching that satellite and that dude, and it's a model. That guy gets in the camera behind it in the dark. You see him? It's like God in space. Let me see. I have that somewhere. Let me see if I've got that. Let me see.
We have enough horsepower in our stupid computers at home to actually just fake all of it ourselves. If we just had a little bit of graphic talent and a little bit of yada yada, maybe some plastic models from the. You could sit there and you could build it all out. You could do anything you wanted nowadays. And
okay, I gotta go here. Shit, where is that? Let's see. Damn it. I that one where God, I got it called God in Space. I had that. They fucked with my folders, and now I don't know where all my folders are at when they had this thing, and I haven't really. Let's see. GODT. Oh, that's not. Damn it. Oh well, I'll have to find that one later. But this is hilarious. People have to see this. This is crazy. This is the Eagle docking with Columbia. Is it? Yeah, this is terrible. It's a long one. Let's see if I can find the shorter one. Oh, that's the animation one. All right. Yeah, well, we can zoom up through it. This is all right. This is ridiculous.
People to clutter up like they have the earth.
Myself, I'm really interested to see what's up there. And
We must open all secrets that are opening to us throughout the ages.
I think.
Yeah, that's what that pumice looks like, man. I swear to God, you need print exactly like that.
Race is coming now.
But only if there's a little bit of moisture. When it's real dry, no way. That's how I wonder how they could have done that.
Alone, 45 miles above the moon's surface, Michael Collins completed an orbit every 2 hours. He listened to the progress of the moonwalk and awaited the moment when his companions on the surface would lift off to rendezvous with him. For 30 times he saw the Earth rise over the horizon of the moon. 12,000 miles of twilight. A line that divides night from day for 3 billion people on spaceship Earth. It is good to see the whole Earth. To see the Earth whole.
These guys were tripping out on acid when they came back from the moon or something with this fucking shit. Where's that thing when it gets hooked up? Here it comes. Oh, let's add some spacey sounds to it. That helps.
Within this strange ship, 2 astronauts and a treasure.
Ooh, moon rocks. Yeah.
Triple sealed vacuum boxes of rocks and soil from the surface of the moon.
Think about that. Yeah, triple sealed, right? So it's supposedly negative 10 to the 11 torr of pressure on the moon. Now you want to tell me how those cases withstood being with that type of pressure locked inside of it, or vacuum inside of it? When they put that at 14.7 psi, how is it that them damn things didn't just squash in on each other? There's no way in hell.
Yep.
Oh, who's the camera guy? Okay, so the camera guy is this is taken from the capsule. Now there's Buzz and
Locked within these rocks
what's his
are
nuts?
secrets of the ages, to be studied and deciphered by the scientists of Earth.
They're inside this thing. Now, how the fuck they're steering
The
it
age of the
around like
moon.
that? Look at that. It's just magic.
The age of the sun.
Now, keep in
How
mind,
the
they're
moon
going
was
about
formed.
the speed of a bullet. Right?
Mm-hmm.
This is the first
How
time
life
this has
began.
ever been done. The very first
Life
time.
on the moon.
Flawless. Look at this. Flawless. Okay, now there's the little docking thing.
Was the moon once molten and volcanic, or has it always been cold and dead? Once part of the Earth? Or was it a wandering planet captured by the Earth eons ago?
Shit, man. How is it doing that?
It's a little model in Buzz Aldrin's hand.
How hot was the sun 3 billion years ago?
Maybe poop don't stick in a vacuum? What? Well, who's wiping his hands? They wore diapers, I think. They said they wore diapers up there. It's a violation of intergalactic law to leave a deuce on the phone. What are you embarrassed about, Anson? What are you embarrassed about, brother? All right, there it is. Look at that. First time ever done.
When Armstrong and Aldrin, with their precious load of moon rocks, had transferred to Columbia,
Precious load of moon rocks. Probably their diapers were full, is what it was.
Petrified wood rocks.
Right. Who was it they gave those to? Holland? I think.
Yep, Holland.
Yeah.
They decided to have it analyzed.
This is such nonsense. Holy sheep shit, man. It
Yeah.
really is. I mean, did you see that thing wobbling around and just moving, and like you can just do this in space or something, or what the fuck?
It literally looks like somebody is just holding it and just twisting a model. And you can't see the hand because they, special effects, if you will, of the time.
It's terrible.
It's terrible. Yeah, there's nothing to push against. No air, no molecules, enough to actually push and twist and turn, and then just come to a stop all of a sudden.
Well, here's the thing too, is all right, so that thing docked up, right? It docked up to the capsule. We're just going to pretend like that happened. And those guys got out, Buzz and Neil, they got out and they got in the capsule. And what do you think they did with that deal that they flew up there and docked with?
I don't know. You'd think they would have had to have dropped it.
They did.
Yeah.
Where'd it go? Nobody knows. Nobody fucking knows where it goes. Nobody cares. Nobody's asked. Where did this thing go to?
Yeah. You know how books sometimes can be more graphic, if you will, than movies?
Yeah.
You know why? Is because it's all in your head. It's your imagination that brings out the colors and the emotions of the characters that they're describing. And that's NASA, if you will. That's Walt Disney's trick there. It's like the less you show, the more your imagination fills in the gaps.
Yep. Let me see if there's any more on the Cincinnati thing. Because I think it's going to come out to be what I said it was. I think that's what it's going to come out to be. So here it is 2 minutes ago. This looks like a Cincinnati chief of police. Let's hear what kind of crap they have to say. I'm interested. I want to see if my prediction is right. Because I'm like in record time going, okay, I see what happened.
So I'm going to give you a little bit of information. It's minimal. It's very, very preliminary. But I know you guys are waiting to hear something. So just before about 9:30 tonight, we had shot spotter alerts down here at the area of Jones and Wade Street. Officers arrived on scene. We had multiple individuals shot. I believe 6 total victims as of right now, different levels of severity of their injuries. We do have 1 male deceased at the scene, but I don't have any information on the individual who's deceased, and we have not made notifications to the next of kin as of yet. Homicide is here working the scene. They'll be here for several hours processing the scene so that we can gather every bit of evidence that we can gather to bring whoever's responsible for this to justice. This is absolutely unacceptable in our city. So I'm going to give you a little.
So not on the children mantra. Although this little thing down here says Cincinnati police fail our children again. Well,
Absolutely unacceptable for our city for this horrific incident to occur. And that's why we already had over 300 laws written and ready to be signed on the day it happened. And isn't that about right? That's what happened just recently there in, what was it? Iowa? I don't know. I can't even keep track of it, but yeah, they already had 300 laws ready to go, and I'm sure that had something to do with gun laws. So I think you froze. Is he froze over there for you too, at the chat? Or is it just me? Uh-oh. I guess he froze. Oh, his power just blinked out. Okay, I thought he was going to have to go back to Best Buy or to the Geek Squad. He went to Antarctica. Yep, he went to Antarctica, and guess what? He fell off the flat Earth. Darn edge. Yeah, Daniel. Lots of internet outages happening everywhere. I think they are trying to make our services that we take for granted and have as a standard. I think they're trying to make these things unstable for us to show us that we're a third world country and nothing special here to see. Oh no, his modem has to restart. That's probably, that'll probably take about a minute. Mine takes that while. I'll get in a hot air balloon and go rescue him. Yeah. It's like that Flat Earth Eric. He's got that channel called Airship South and Beyond. They're planning on taking an airship over Antarctica or something. Yeah, if you had a hot air balloon, you got to hit him up. He'd be interested in that. Let's see here. Have y'all seen the video of the thing that called the Stargazer balloon from 1962? Let me see here. I'll put a link here in the chat. That if you thought that Moonlander thing was embarrassing, the Stargazer is kind of embarrassing as well. By the time they get up to quote unquote space with this balloon, all of a sudden it looks like a mobile, like a child's. Hey, you're back.
God dang, power blinked out for a second, just went black, boom, everything went off, and then came back on. And of course, that meant my modem had to restart. I'm like, what the hell, man? I'm getting tired of that. I heard what you were saying about that too. Yeah, making it known that we're relying on their little fucking services and shit, you know?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Oh, wait,
yep.
Hold up. Oh, somebody must have probably hit a power pole or something, man. That's what happened. I hear the meat whistle going off down here at the rescue squad.
Oh, shoot.
That might be what happened.
I finally bought a big old fat generator because of the drunks around here. God dang, people don't know how to freaking drive. And you know, some of these people were on experiments, and you never know what the hell happens to them when they're driving on the road.
On experiments?
Yeah, pokey things.
Oh. Yeah, I got you.
And yeah, the siren goes off a lot. It started going off a lot there for a while. And my freaking town where I live, I mean, God, at least, I mean, there's probably, in my side of town, there's probably like 12 or 15 houses. I mean, and then the other side of town, who cares? I mean, it's on the other side of the freeway. But where the part I live, I mean, there's only like 15 houses total. And out of them, oh my God, my whole neighborhood is becoming vacant. It's just creepy. The neighbors across the street vanished. The last time I saw them, well, not the last time, but one of the most memorable moments of 2019 plus was seeing them all masked up. My wife and I were taking a walk, and we were just going around taking walks every day. And one time, as we were walking, we saw the neighbors, which we never see, and they were walking the opposite direction than us on the street. So we were crossing, you know, towards each other, right? And they were all masked up.
No.
And they were all like doing this. And then creeping away from us on the street. And we're like, wow, what the fudge?
Holy shit. Look who we got with us tonight. We got Dreamy Man. I've been having so much fun with this little applause shit that I have on here too. What's this that you put up here? Let me see.
You got scrolling text too at the bottom. It's great.
Oh yeah. What is this, Stargazer balloon? Oh yeah, I've seen that. I've shown that. That's a great one, man. Hang on.
That's
a great one. That's the one with the little cardboard moon hanging up in the fucking thing.
Yep. It's like getting a piece of cardboard, cutting out little holes with a paper punch, and you know, getting scissors and drawing out a little slit for the moon, and then painting that piece of cardboard black, and then putting a light behind it, and putting that sucker between a camera and a light bulb, a piece of cardboard with holes in it. And that's exactly what that whole thing looks like.
This is terrible. I've seen this one before, man. This is bad. I don't know if there's any sound on this.
Hey, look at that. It looks like a NASA satellite about ready to launch. Oh, it's people.
Oh, they're going to put people in it.
Wow. I'll be darned. So apparently one of the dudes that did that originally was Picard.
Yeah. August Picard.
Yeah, so that's why I think they named that Captain Picard on Star Trek.
I do too. I do too.
So we were at the Flat Earth Festival, and apparently across town there's a Star Trek museum. We were thinking of going in there with our flat gear on and checking that out because we're like Star Trek fans.
It only took you about 2 hours to get there.
Yeah.
I'm serious. Was that play? Did you drive around anywhere, or did you take Ubers or anything? Well, how'd you get around?
Yeah, I don't know why that thing has a stupid little splash screen there. I couldn't get rid of it, so I think it's built into the video, and there are actually links too. So I guess they're trying to hide their gayness with little pop-ups now. It's one of the censorship things to prevent people from seeing their gayness.
Yeah, just when you said that word gayness, I was thinking of like somebody going, "Yes, your gayness."
Yep.
So I understand that they are now the average age of the fighting men on the battlefield for the Ukraine is now mid 40s because they've already gone through the crop of young men. And a prediction I see in the very, very near future are watch out for emails and ads saying there are, hundreds of beautiful Ukrainian women that want to meet you.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be a lot of single women in the Ukraine.
What's next? People in wheelchairs and walkers?
Yeah, man, it was grabbing people off the street. Somebody go out for a loaf of bread and a gallon of milk, and fucking van pull up and take them to boot camp.
Man, so all of the parent-aged people are gone now, huh? So there's just a bunch of old men and women and a bunch of children that you'll never know if they go missing.
Well, the United States, we're willing to fight to the last Ukrainian.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
That's how much
they get rid of people, a whole bunch of people, and then they set up a new thing, and they can teach all the children what they want, and there's nobody to tell them any different.
That's right. Yep, that's what they did, I think, in the 1890s, somewhere around there.
They did it with the Native Americans.
And the orphan trains, all the orphans.
Well, yeah, the orphan trains, but I'm talking about back whenever they did with the Native Americans. Well,
they took the Canadians and the Americans. They took children away from the tribes.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
they declared these people as unfit, and then they put them in these Catholic-run orphanages. Right?
Yeah.
And it was really bad up and around Manitoba and Saskatchewan, up there in the west part of Canada.
Yep.
When I was little, we lived near the Apache and Navajo reservation there in Arizona. And the white people that were foster parents, there wasn't little white children or anybody with them, or little black children. They were all Native American children, especially the babies. They take them away, and my aunt and uncle, they actually were Wayne Newton's foster parents when he was a young boy. I don't know how long they had him or not, but they took him away.
Kevin Annette? Have you ever heard of Kevin Annette?
That name sounds familiar.
He was with this international tribunal in Brussels that they found the Queen of England and Prince Philip all guilty of these crimes, the Pope and all this. Okay. But yeah, what they were doing is these natives were taken away to these orphanages, and this one guy, his brother and him were both at this orphanage, and there was this nice dressed man and woman that came to visit and took a big group of them out on a picnic, and they were made to kiss this nice lady's feet. And they selected a few of them, and those went with the nice couple, and they were never seen again. And later on, this nice couple was identified as, and this was years and years and years later, the guy recognizes that, oh my God, that was Elizabeth and fucking Philip. They took my brother. and he never saw his brother again. This is just one of hundreds of stories. Plus, you've seen where they found the bones of children in these cisterns and shit all over where these orphanages and monasteries and shit like that are at. What the fuck is going on, man? It's like me and Lisa was talking about today. Lisa Tattersall, she was in the chat here just a little bit ago. We were talking about that today, about the, like all the bones in the catacombs in Paris. What the hell, man? They all look boiled.
Guess what was above those catacombs?
There's all kinds of things above those catacombs. They go all over for miles.
Right, but I mean the entity above it. Basically, the Catholics, the nuns.
Well, here's the thing, too, is where Diana died at, right? Was in the Pont de la Lune. Okay? That's the tunnel of the moon.
Oh, nice.
And the moon goddess is what? Diana. What?
Mm-hmm.
She hit the 13th pillar.
Of course.
And directly beneath where the accident happened and where she was supposedly pronounced dead. Right beneath that, in the catacombs, is an altar built of human bones to none other than the moon goddess Diana.
Wow. Sick. Yeah, and where Ground Zero sits, there's a Masonic eternal flame. Fire flame pit thing. Like from the Statue of Liberty, the little flame that she holds,
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the United States of ISIS, by the way.
Damn it. I was going to look something.
Well, it's like people, talk about being, what is it? Second coming, not resurrected. What do they call that whenever they take, when some will go and some will stay? Damn it. I hate when I can't think of my words. Anyways, people, some will, they're supposed to be taken or whatever, and then the others left behind.
The rapture.
The rapture. Thank you so very much. So I had stroke, so when I want my words, they just kind of disappear out of my head. But yeah, the rapture. And you look around, we've watched people be taken. They weren't taken by some supernatural thing. They've been taken by people. I'll not forget the after the Jade Helm 15 thing, whenever they loaded people up on buses in the middle of the night. That video I haven't seen in a long time. They were started disappearing so much stuff. But I mean, they have a lot of people in the middle of the night, 2-3 o'clock in the morning, that they were taken away and disappearing. They got on that bus and nobody saw them anymore. Happened like in Los Angeles. They had like a bunch of homeless people just flat disappear in the middle of the night. Woke up and there's all the tents and everything like that. The bunch of the people disappeared, and then they came through with the street sweepers and the garbage trucks and cleaned up the streets. I mean, not saying that there's not still homeless people there, but where did all the ones go at that time? Where did they take them? What did they do with them?
I think it's because they deemed it illegal to do experiments on inmates. Because that's what they used to do. They would take people that they thought were insane or homosexual or whatever, and the government would run experiments on them.
Right. Yeah.
And I think if you're homeless, then you're basically a lunatic of sorts. Obviously, right? Because you don't know how to take care of yourself or whatever they deem. And I think they'd use that for a justification now. That's her new game. Also, if you're back in the day when the orphan trains were going on, they would take children that and adopt them out because the mothers were desperate because their husbands, got killed in the wars.
Let me let you go.
Right.
All right.
Look, we got Rostaberry.
Yo.
Hey man,
Yeah.
check out all these fucking bones, man.
Those are some bones. Is that the catacombs?
Yeah, under Paris.
We're in the catacombs there. I see. I like the cross there. You know, like we got, and I've had visions, honestly, of that. That's what that's what we're going to be dealing with in our modern day fall of Babylon.
Who are these people?
Is a mountain of flesh and bones. I mean, this is like what we've seen. Yeah, like you say, like who are these people? This is like extinction level event. You know,
Those were the kids that took a walk with the Queen of England.
Yeah, no, it's that's what our whole civilization has been built upon, is on flesh and bones. You know, like I've had these visions of like some of the brickwork and stuff just being like just totally built out of the ground up skeletons of humans, you know, and where we've assimilated from.
Why do they all have a hole? Why do they have a hole in the back of their head, man?
Yeah, well, yeah, and that's you know, it's because of the way that they were taken out and devoured. You know, like it was a brutal ending to their existence.
Here's Anson.
Shout out to Singe Man up in the chat, and Voy, and Anson Howard, and Sean.
Look at all that.
Angela Baby Carson. I love all y'all folks. Like, y'all don't even know how much I love each and every one of you. And I love you, Saab, for letting me come on here and toot my horn on a nightly basis. Like, you know, even when I get off the rocker and 10 million sheets to the wind, you know, like you let me speak my voice, and I love each and every one of you. Dreamy, Anson Howard, Nathan Bowers, no longer on that ball. You know, you guys are all legitimate people, and I'm so thankful for each and every one of y'all. I'm getting hyped up and ready for the Northwest annual bear meetup tomorrow.
Where's that at?
It's up in Mossy Rock, Washington, and it's going to have a huge group of legendary bears. Dottie's World, aka Retarded Bear, is going to be there, and a huge there's probably going to be like 100 or 200 plus bears there, and I'm going to be DJing at it. I'm taking my whole DJ setup, my speakers, and yeah, ketamine bear. I like that. Totally fake news. That's funny. But yeah, I'm taking my DJ setup there, and I'm going to be playing my reggae music for the bears. And I'm also, check out this pillow I'm making right now. Look at this. This is one of my Rockstone pillows. You can see it's a Grateful Dead dancing bears, and it's got I'm hand stitching the pocket for it right now, for putting the crystal inside. But it's a really cool, like really smooth, like fleece pocket. And I'm making I'm making a few of these to take up to the bear meetup, and I'm also taking some of Bear Pelagics coffee. If you're familiar with Bear Pelagic Bear, he sent me a care package of, if you get it nice with Bear Pelagic Bear, he'll send you a care package of his coffee. He sent me a no longer on the ball. A pillow. You haven't heard of my Rockstone pillows? This is this is my thing. I'm going to be doing a whole stream on my Rockstone pillows here coming up. Where it's going to be like a telethon, Rockstone pillows, where you can put your order in for the holidays for getting the Rockstone pillows, because it's a one of a kind technology. Like, this is Antiquitech technology that I'm bringing back to life, where you basically you put a crystal in the middle of the pillow, or you can also put like lavender fragrances or whatever, and you can put your ganja, whatever you want, in this pocket. The pocket goes almost all the way to the bottom of the pillow, and you can just like put whatever, and you sleep on the crystal, and it activates it. It connects with your pineal gland in your sleep, and opens your third eye and connects your dream world with the reality of the physical world. So where you have like these more lucid dreams, and it's done wonders. Like sleeping on a crystal for me has just like totally changed my sleeping. I won't sleep now unless I have a crystal under my head in my Rockstone pillow. It's like it's total next level. It came to me. I woke up one morning last year at 3:30 in the morning. I woke up and I had this vision because like there's the My Pillow guy, right?
Mike Lindell.
Yeah, Mike Lindell. And the conservatives love him, but like then the other side of the spectrum, they can't stand the guy. And I love it. I think he's freaking awesome, dude. I listened to his story. He's a recovering drug addict. Like he was addicted to crack.
Right.
And,
I've seen his story. Oh my God.
Yeah, his story. I've listened to it on I think on Dropping Bombs with if there's this podcast I listen to, Dropping Bombs with what's his name? Freaking he's like such a good podcast for entrepreneurs. Brad Lee, the real Brad Lee. He's based out of Vegas, and he's all into like the solar game, and he's like got all these but he does a podcast, and like he just talks about the most positive stuff on there. He's all against like the vaccine agenda and like all about health and wellness, and it's just and ZXL Master. Yeah, you can put catnip in here for sure. You can put, but my catnip.
Rasa, what's your thoughts on urine therapy?
Well, I've honestly I tried it once. Because after like especially like I've if you've done psychedelics all night like LSD or something and you in high school I was like they said if you drink your piss, the first piss from your psychedelic experience, then it magnifies your experience substantially. And I've tried everything, from all the different things, to expand my horizons on as such. And so I definitely tried that once. Like it never hurts to try.
It contains stem cells.
Yep, no, I feel that.
They gave a talk on that. It was Dr. Bulmer. Amanda Bulmer, she gave a talk on that at the Flat Earth Convention.
Yep. No, there's definitely nothing to be ashamed of for drinking your own piss.
I don't know. I just can't help but think that what's next? Deep fried crap. I mean,
I would have to be absolutely out in the middle of the desert with absolutely nothing but dirt for miles around me before I drink my own piss. I
was out at Burning Man in the middle of the desert, and this dude handed me this.
Pay me $1 million to do it.
I was out there at Burning Man, right, and this guy handed me this vial of acid, and he's like, here, drink it, take as much as you want. And so like I took the dropper full, and like 20 minutes later, I was puking rainbows out there at Burning Man. They talk about puking rainbows, but I was literally like the puke coming out like it was rainbow in color, and I was like, wow, this is so phenomenal. And then like I had a fur coat on out in the middle of the desert, and then like 20 minutes later I was walking and I ran into my son's mom. Like she was there at Burning Man too, and like I knew she had been out there, but like I didn't know where she was camped, and like there were 60,000 people there.
Right.
And all of a sudden she just came walking along, and so like we ran into one another, and it was just Burning Man 2011. It was the only time I've ever been to Burning Man, but like it was such a magical experience. Like I met this beautiful woman there, and we had an awesome time hanging out. I got to DJ on these pirate ships, these giant, like they converted school buses into pirate ships. And I got to play my reggae music while I was like at the helm of a pirate ship going through the desert and blasting reggae music on a pirate ship, just like playing Bob Marley on a freaking pirate ship in the desert while I'm tripping balls. It was like it doesn't get any better than that. Like it was like
Rasta man, here's the thing: if you bring enough positive energy, you can make almost any circumstance like awesome. But that's the other thing as well. When a group of people get together, it is that combined energy of those people that are making those events and making them special. That's the whole principle of a festival. It's like all you need is that muddy field, and the people will create it. So that's what I sort of mean by the kind of
exactly
the other way. If enough people kind of infiltrate an event and like put bad vibes into it, it's like switches it up. It's all about that energy with these gatherings, I feel.
Yeah, I've been so like festival life has been such a huge part of my existence for years upon years. Like there's this place outside of Portland here called Horning's Hideout, where they had these events called the Northwest String Summit, where we caught the nickname for it was the Northwest Spun Summit, because like all the people would bring like their best psychedelics there, and like you would like it would like we'd be up for like the whole weekend just like spun out of our minds, just like
so check this out. Lisa said that she would never drink her own pee unless she had nothing else to drink. If it was to either drink or pee or die, then she'd go ahead and drink.
Just mix a little Kool-Aid with it.
Wait a second. I got a question about that. What if the choice was you either drink somebody else's pee or die?
See, and I would do that, like what if, you've got the golden shower, right? But I had this one night stand with this chick.
Dude, no. We're not going to do that.
I'm not going to talk about golden shower.
I don't care about your golden shower.
No, I'm not going to talk about like that. But but she got up in the middle of the night to like go to the bathroom, and like she ended up like taking a piss in her freaking purse, and it was like so just like wrong.
What did you do to that poor girl?
It was wrong. No, it wasn't what I did. Like alcohol has its way.
Would you slip in her drink, man? No.
Yeah, right.
I'm a handsome fellow. I don't got to do that. Like I get these women beating at my doorstep when I go out.
Sure.
It's like,
sure.
Oh my God. So yeah, your pillow idea is pretty cool.
Our Kelly Bear unindoctrinated.
Oh, I see how that works. I love
that, yeah, because I like
they lay down, they hit their head on the fucking crystal, it knocks them unconscious.
The Dave Chappelle, Chappelle's like the R. Kelly song where he's like, they're gonna pee on you. He's like, poop, peep, peep. I love that. Like that was one of my favorite Dave Chappelle skits of all time. Like the R. Kelly skit, like where he was like clowning on R. Kelly hardcore, like and where he was like that crackhead dude. Mm-hmm. What was his name? Like the Clayton Bigsby, the black KKK member dude, like the old school Chappelle Show days, like you can't beat those times. Like of the Chappelle Show. It was some good times.
Let me see here.
Yeah, Clayton Bigsby. Clayton Bigsby. Yeah, and that makes me want to just bring back the old Chappelle.
Yeah. I see you're on like kind of a little trip there going with that too. So yeah.
Do you ever do much without being on some kind of whatever to get you through life? Do you ever get high just on life?
I do. I spend much of my time. It's like honestly, it's a rarity that that I do get out there, and like it's. You catch me on my better days a lot of times, it's like, but this is, I am a YouTube personality, and I am a lively character, and and characters, they get in their character like persona, and I live up to my name. You
But
know,
that's just being fake. That's not really being real when you're just a
no,
persona.
that would be if that's just, you know, who you are on screen.
Rasta, sorry, dude. Sorry to interrupt. You said you lived up to your name, but then do you mean like in like not caring and taking loads of different drugs? But then you're Rasta Bear, and that's just weed. That doesn't like you should smoke a lot of weed. That's all right, but like it doesn't really reflect Rasta Bear if you're into like kind of. Rastas aren't into like chemicals and that, man.
Well, no, certain times it's necessary, you know, and like I say, mushrooms. If you research like the mushrooms in the church and in stained glass in the church, there's over.
I'm not talking about mushrooms. I'm talking about ketamine.
Well, ketamine's like I say, like my experiences with that have been, you know, like it's been something that has been divine, like it's been something spiritual in nature, and like it's something that, yeah, it has been derived in the laboratory, but it's clean as something like where it doesn't distort your appearance. It flushes out of your system in less than 24 hours to the point where it's like it's non-existent in there, and like it's one thing that they don't cut with anything else. Like it's pure, and it comes like they have treatment centers where they administer it to people for addiction issues, for different types of psychological disorders. I mean,
the mainstream uses it isn't kind of in its,
right. It can't. It's been abused upon especially in the electronic music scene and stuff. But the way I was using it, I was isolating it to the point where I didn't drink alcohol. I didn't even smoke herb. You know, I wasn't using anything else. No other medications. Like I'd like to see what's in some of these other people's medicine cabinets that want to judge me for my decision to to divulging ketamine.
My medicine cabinet is some article salve
It's about
some mentolatum.
You know, it's been something that I've been very vocal about because I'm passionate about it. You know, like I want to lower the stigmatism on it, you know, to where it's not something that's something to be like, you know, to where it's something where we need to like be in the closet about these issues, you know, like here in Portland, Oregon, like all substances are decriminalized here.
Well,
like,
yeah, they've given up completely.
They have.
Well, I was just wondering if you ever just enjoy getting high on life without any kind of substance of any kind other than just like food.
I do. Like, honestly, this last April, I did the Ramadan fast, and about halfway through the Ramadan fast, actually about a week into the Ramadan fast, I quit smoking cannabis. And I quit all substances, and I stayed completely sober all the way from April all the way up until till June of this summer, and even through June all the way up until like almost October, I didn't even smoke cannabis. I'd got back into the ketamine for a while, and I was just using that predominantly. And like I say, people get prescribed that, you know, as like a prescription, you know. It's just because I was
having a lot of stuff that's not really healthy for you is prescribed. That's
you're
why
right, but that's why you know, like, but if you're a true shamanistic warrior, which is what I have been anointed to be, is a shaman, that I can take people on spiritual journeys through psychedelic experiences. I can guide them through those things. And I've been shown the path to bring people to the Creator through those things. That's what a shaman is. You know,
when you say those things, that's not being very specific. It's just like those things. I mean, I don't think there are many shamans out in like.
Well, there's the ones who nature, there's the ones who do ayahuasca experiences.
Drugs that come from laboratories. They'll be prescribing like mushrooms or like other herbs or something from nature. So
well, I mean,
what I struggle with is understanding how something that's not from nature becomes something spiritual or something like.
Well, shamanic. See, that's the thing. You can get to these same compounds from nature. You know, the same derivatives that you can get from psilocybin mushrooms, you can also get from LSD. Which has been,
LSD is a mushroom. LSD is from a mushroom as well.
Exactly. And it's just something that has been derived in chemistry is just using natural substances and formulating them and refining them to a point where you can isolate what they are and derive them into being something that is pure in form. So all things that are chemical in nature are derived from organic nature, and that's what chemistry is.
So what plant is ketamine derived from then?
Well, it's a complex derivative, but it's keto and amino acids, at its higher form, which is basically what our brain is already made up of, is keto and amino acids. It's what it's what fuses our brain centrifuges together. And so when you put that into your brain, it's basically like building building blocks, and you're connecting things. Like, it's repaired parts of my brain that I had damaged from other drugs that I had done. It has gone back and it has healed those things to the point where I had done significant brain damage in my past from, like using cocaine and different opiates and whatnot, where like I had done some trauma to my brain, and through the use of the ketamine, it went through and it refused those things. It rebuilt those blocks and put them back together. To the point where like I speak more clearly. I'm more fluent in my verbiage.
How do you know that isn't just from your progress for other reasons?
Because I've felt it I've felt it work, and I've been doing, like I say, I did top secret research. I've been a lab rat, and I've been documenting all this. Like I've been very passionate. Like I'm like I say, a mad scientist researcher. Like I haven't been taking this lightly. I haven't been just divulging and playing around. Like I've been passionate about my research, because like I say, I plan on opening a spiritual center here in Portland, like a church of sorts, where where it's like a healing center. And it was top secret research until like I let the cat out the bag, boy. And now my research is definitely not top secret, because like I'm ready to disclose it, because like I say, like I'm not currently using the ketamine any longer. It's like something that it was, it definitely, it's very costly, and it's definitely something that it will make you go insane if you don't rein it in. Like, you can definitely teeter on the brink of insanity, especially when you're alone and isolated in your thoughts. Like, it's like it's like, and that's where, like, I'm thankful for being able to come on and express my sentiments with like-minded individuals like yourselves, to have someone to even talk to, and to be able to share this stuff with. Because like I say, like I'm not insane. I'm not a madman.
Rasta, I'm very like analytical, and when I go into things, and it's definitely not like anything to do with you personally. And I'm very interested in like drugs and plants myself. And that's why it was just like when I was talking about the ketamine and just being an artificial drug, it's just questions I have, and bills I get, but I'm up for learning.
I appreciate your questions, because that's what I'm, that's one reason I'm vocal about it, is because I'm here to educate the people, because people, they get this stigmatism whenever they hear ketamine, and they want to put it right in the same category as like cocaine and these other harmful, things like meth, and these things that have real demons attached to them, like the fentanyl. And like, there's these really dark substances out there that are like, once you go down those rabbit holes, like if you start using methamphetamine, or you start using, like the fentanyl and opiates are another real dark one that, a lot of us here in the truth community, especially if you've had injuries in the past, like you've probably dealt with Oxycontin or, oxycodones, and they're hellacious to have to come off of. I mean, you're talking, you have withdrawal periods where you get like sweats in the middle of the night, and like, like the struggle to be able to come off of those type of addictions are just like, it's like climbing out of a serious hole. Like it's something, and this fentanyl epidemic that's going on right now, like it's a million times worse than any of the other opiates that we've dealt with. Like, like the ability to recover from those things is just like it's almost impossible, because like it's just the amount of withdrawals that it does to your body and the psychological effects that it does to your brain. Like it's an attack. I mean, the fentanyl especially has been weaponized and sent here from China to be one of the
stop blaming it on China. China doesn't send everything. They're just growing them in Afghanistan. Why do you think?
It's all because China's set up to be the next world power. Like, don't discredit like the CCP that have bought up most of our land, that are infiltrated our nation, and they are going to be our final demise.
Why did opium here in the United States, fentanyl, why did it skyrocket after the United States went in to Afghanistan and took over guarding the poppy fields and all that garbage?
Well, yeah, that was part of the agenda.
I know how the DEA and all that bullshit works. You ain't gonna sit here and start saying, oh, it's this, it's that. No, the DEA was set up to go into Mexico or Colombia and take over. Because
but you have to look at how the collapse of the dollar is set up, though. It's all on that's all part of the smaller picture. Like, you
give me a minute. You've spoken for about 10 minutes where everybody shut their mouth.
Take a breath, Russ. Take a breath, brother.
So they went down there. They were farmers, and that's how they made their living. Well, the United States, the commerce wasn't getting their cut. So they went in there and they took over. Then they tell everybody, oh, they're cartels. No, they were freaking farmers. Just like marijuana. They were farmers. They go in and they took care of them. I know people that have been shot and killed to try to get them, force them into the business.
You're only seeing the smaller picture, though.
Who they were associated with.
I get that. I get all that. That's part of the smaller
war on drugs is not a war on drugs. It's a war on
on people.
Oligarchs getting their fair share.
It is, but the ultimate goal is demoralization of our civilization.
Well, no, it's many faceted. It's multifaceted, because if you go back all the way to the Russell Trust, the East India Trading Company, it's always been about opium and the addictive qualities and subduing powers of the white lady, of the of heroin. It's always been about the opium. Okay?
Well, if you look at though, like how
Rasta, let a motherfucker talk for a little bit before you got to jump in. It's turning into the Rasta Bear show. This ain't the Rasta Bear show, right? Yeah. All right, so dig. So you go all the way back now. Queen Victoria, what do you think all that shit was about? Right? She's got India. What did they grow in India? Oh, it went right into opium. Went right into it. China, right? What was with China? China was the opium. All the riches. They went in there, raped and plundered. Afghanistan's no different. Okay, they're all the time. Vietnam, what was going on in Vietnam? They were shipping fucking opium, heroin back from Cambodia and Vietnam, using Air America, using the transport services, and even putting them inside the bodies of U.S. servicemen that had been killed in action, and bringing that shit into the country. This is nothing new under the sun. This goes back 1600s, 1500s. Just keep looking. You'll keep finding it, man.
I get that. I'm like, and then like, but then you look at like the methamphetamine. That's been one that's just gone through like all the small communities in America, and just like, like you'll go through all these small towns that used to be so flourishing, and like you'll drive through them now, and like there's just like they've just been ravished by the meth epidemic. And
have you heard the term a known drug house? Have you ever heard that term?
Oh yeah, I mean, I live in Portland, Oregon.
The reason why a known drug house does not ever get busted is because they're set up, they're supplied, and they do get a little cut, but they're set up by the courts, the police, the DA. Everybody knows about them.
Yeah, I used to have I had to go to juvenile boot camp, and when I was in boot camp, like one of my drill sergeants there, he used to work for the DEA, and like he would tell me how like they'd have these drug busts, right, and then all of a sudden this helicopter would land, and it would just take all the drugs they busted, and they would just fly off, and then they would take them and just redistribute them somewhere else, and and because like they're the biggest narcotics dealers of all time. Like that's their whole. I mean, look at Hunter Biden.
How old are you, Rasta Bear?
I'm 41.
41.
Same as me, man.
Yeah.
All
How old are you, Sav?
58.
Okay. And I definitely respect your older wisdom. Like you're definitely an older cat, and you've been around the block way longer than I have. You've seen way more shit than I could possibly imagine, and I respect your wisdom, and I do apologize for, speaking out of line a lot of times, like you're my elder, and I definitely respect you.
What it says, Mr. Sidewinder says, I want to go stick my head in the oven, but I have an electric oven. Okay. Dope talking, so boring. Yeah, I wanted to kind of get back on this. This is pretty good. I like the way Witz put this in this video. It's only less than a minute. Listen to this.
I didn't want to be a flat earther. I don't know. It's weird. It's the meta's cool and all, but what happens is if you dare look, it's kind of like, hey, your girlfriend's cheating on you. Like, she wouldn't do that. I pay all the bills. I'm like, bruh, video. She went to the bathroom in the club with the dude, and you're like, I'm not looking at it. I know she wouldn't cheat on me. Well, then you can definitely go marry her, believe it forever. But that's the thing about flat Earth, bro. Once you look, you can't unsee it, and that's why you got suggested flat Earth at some point, because the algorithms prioritize them because people fell down the rabbit hole, not because they wanted you to think the Earth was flat. That's why they came in and censored it. So anyway, long story short, if you choose to look into it, bro, I promise it's insane. It's insane how much you take for granted, and you realize this is a house of cards. So it just depends on you can get past that first step. I didn't want to be a.
So, you ever run across that type of situation?
That's epic. Like I've definitely, like once you see it, you can't get back. And you just played Austin Whitsitt. I just got off the phone, not an hour ago, with one of the other legendary debaters, masterminds of the whole flat Earth thing. Nathan Thompson. He's one of my homies who I love and respect. He can just masterfully own someone in debate.
Oh, did you see those videos with him in the duck suits and shit?
He triggers a lot of people in the community, and but at the end of the day, he's been one of our greatest assets for waking people up, and like the amount of pamphlets he's produced and sent out to people. Like, he has done more for the flat Earth movement than almost anyone else. Like Nathan Thompson, like we would not be where we are here in this day and age with the flat Earth movement if it wasn't for Nathan Thompson. Like all the debates that he's done.
To me though, Rasta, it's like this: when going out and doing like that, where you're throwing out pamphlets and shit like that. That's, in a way, that's got some cool idea to it, but it gets to almost a point where then it's almost like Jehovah's Witnesses and shit going around passing out pamphlets, or some other Bible group going around passing out pamphlets and shit. And that really kind of turns people off.
Well, we all have our different approaches to it, I think
that kind of makes it look like a cult.
I think honestly, flat smacking people turns me off. I'm kind of repulsed by the whole deal of flat Earth activism in a lot of ways, just because I find it kind of unnecessary, because I don't think it's fair to a lot of people to jar them out of their paradigms of where they believe. And sometimes it can be quite damning to their whole functionality of reality. And we rely on their ignorance to make this whole system function. Like if we are just to wake everyone up all at once out of their slumber when they're not ready for it, this whole system would collapse. And it's not something that any of us are ready for. Like you want to envision a system collapse, but like if this shit collapsed overnight, none of you all are ready for that.
It already has.
No, it's been.
No, it has. It has.
It's like we're already there.
fucking
You're
thing-
talking
this
about
thing
something
is
that's already
fucking in the
happened, like a
toilet.
reset. We're in the reset already.
But it's been a slow burn. Like I'm talking,
No,
like
no,
if it
no,
just
no,
like
no, no,
instantly.
look, dude, this whole thing's in the toilet, man. Maybe you haven't been paying attention. This thing's in the toilet, right?
Yeah. If there wasn't an active reset and we were back in the 80s where everything was awesome, then yeah, you're right. Very well said, Rasta. But I think right now it's almost a desperate need for people to wake the fuck up.
Yeah. The cabin's on fire.
What's fascinating about this is last night when I jumped on your stream, like I opened up my Bible to this page, and like I was about to share it, but I was pretty tired, and I'd been dealing with some shit last night, and I wasn't prepared. But like I opened up my Bible to Jeremiah chapter 51. And it talks about like the fall of Babylon. It talks about Israel in there. Like it talks about that thou art my battle axe and weapons of war, for which thee will I break in pieces the nations, and with thee I will destroy kingdoms, and with thee I will break in pieces the horse and his rider, and with thee I will break in pieces the chariot and his rider. With thee also I will break in pieces man and woman, and with thee I will break in pieces old and young, and with thee I will break in pieces young man and maid. I will also break in pieces with thee the shepherd and his flock, and with thee I will break in pieces the husbandman and his yoke of oxen, and with thee I will break in pieces captain and ruler. And I will render unto Babylon and to all the inhabitants of Chaldea and all their evil that they have done in Zion, in your sight, saith the Lord. Behold, I am against thee, O destroyer of mountains, saith the Lord, which destroyeth all the earth. And I will stretch out mine hand upon thee, and roll thee down from the rocks, and will make thee a burnt mountain, and shall not take of thee a stone from a corner, nor a stone from foundations, but thou shalt be desolate forever, saith the Lord. Set up a standard in the land, blow the trumpets among the nations, prepare the nations against her, call together against her the kingdoms of Ararat, Minan.
Oh, hey man, hold on, Rasta. How long is this thing, man?
I'm almost done. It's just like, and then it says, and the land shall tremble in sorrow, for every purpose of the Lord shall be performed against Babylon, to make the land of Babylon a desolation without an inhabitants. And this is like what the Lord, I just like, that's the mysticism of how the Bible has been working for me. Like I've been able to just open it up and go to the exact place.
You kind of just jumped to that. We were talking about the different methods of, waking people up. And
well, yeah, and that's the Bible is the ultimate.
Yeah, but
right?
That didn't wake me up at all. That made me wonder what the fuck that had to do with anything we were talking about.
Well, it had to do with what I didn't get to that last night.
I'm sure it connected right up for you, man. No problem.
I just wanted to bring that up while it was fresh on my mind.
Did you remember Rasta Bear that last night was the dumpster fire?
It was, it was what it was.
So I was going to say, one of the things I find that's the least intrusive but effective, right, is splinters. Just putting splinters. Now I'm the type of person, I talk to people, when I'm out at the store, people in line, whatever, I just make small talk, chit chat, that kind of thing. But I find opportunities all the time to be able to put some kind of a reality spin on something. It's like, I wonder why such and such happens. If this is supposed to be like that, I wonder why that happens. Ain't that crazy? And then just leave it at that, just leave it at that. They'll wonder about it, and then, then go on about something else. Man, it's been raining a lot, hasn't it? Whatever. But just throw a splinter in there. And what happens is that works on them. They start thinking about that. And I live in kind of a small town area, and so chances I run across another person after, you know, a couple of weeks, somebody else that I've run into before, is pretty great. You know, so I run across them and they're saying, hey, you know, I was thinking about what you said, and here's what I came up with, you know, and I'll go, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Well, if that were true, wouldn't this be, you know, and then we get into a discussion. And I'm not really pushing anything on anybody. I'm like, hey, think about this. All this stuff that doesn't make sense against your senses, think about it a little bit. Does it really make sense? Think about it, you know? Hard to believe that we're spinning around faster than the speed of sound, and it's such a calm day. Ain't that crazy how this world works?
Yeah, I brought that up with the cameraman the other day. Like he was, you know, taking photography, and you know that's one of my best lead-ins. You know, is talking about their zoom on their cameras.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I'm like, how good is that zoom compared to like the P900? And then like if he's like, oh, I'm not real familiar with that one. I'm like, well, that one's the one that's been able to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that we're not on a spinning ball. You know, because it allowed us to zoom in, you know, on ships going over the horizon. And
see what I do with it like this, I do it like this. I'm saying, you know, I was wondering about those lenses there and, you know, imagery, and it kind of fascinates me to know how is it that when you zoom in, how does your field of view follow the curvature of the earth? You know, play it like you believe that it's a ball, right? And if they kind of go, well, what do you mean? You say, well, I've been able to go out and bring in ships that look like they've gone over the horizon. They've gone over the horizon. But then when I use my zoom, that zoom is able to go around the curve of the earth and show me that ship again. So gravity affecting the zoom lens, that's what I'm just curious about that. After all, you're kind of a, you know about these, you got a really good camera and stuff. So I was wondering how that works, and put that in their mind. You see, put that in their mind. Now they're going to wonder, hey, how does that work? Why am I able to see something that's supposedly over the curvature of the earth? That's crazy. You see, that's kind of an unintrusive way of doing it. I learned that kind of thing in sales. Plant the suggestions.
You were in sales?
Yeah.
What did you sell?
Sales is a psychological attack.
I used to sell vacuum cleaners door to door. Like I sold filter queens for like 6 years. I was #1 in the country for quite a few months, like doing in-home vacuum sales, like where you go in and you do like a 2-hour presentation for people. You know, you show them how dirty their house is and how shitty their vacuum cleaner is. And then you present, and the vacuum cleaners I was selling, they were like freaking $2,600 vacuum cleaners. Like they use NASA technology.
They got financing available. I know all about that shit. Kirby's the same way. But at one time I was selling timeshares, and I was really good. I knew all the psychological buttons to hit, how to, you know, one of the key things you do is get them in the habit of saying yes. So you ask agreeable questions, just innocuous, agreeable questions like, isn't it a beautiful day? Yes, it is. Oh, yes, I love this kind of weather, don't you? Yes. You know, just shit like that where they get used to saying yes. You know?
Yeah, no, I've studied a lot of those big the salesmen who wrote, you know, the books and whatnot.
Well, it works too in this aspect. Using your pen, especially if there's a contract involved. Using your pen the entire presentation as a pointer, because it takes away that psychological shock when you take the pen out. It's been out the whole time. Here, you hold it. No problem. Right.
And you'll always know a bullshitter the minute he says or she says, and you'll agree with me. I hate that line.
No, I don't.
It always lets me know exactly what they're doing, what they're up to.
Yeah, you don't put it as the man, though, Dreamy. You don't put it as the man.
Yeah,
I said a man or a woman, who depending on who you're talking to.
Right. I'm sure you'd agree with me that this is, fantastic,
Right.
Like, who wouldn't, right? You'd be a retard not to, right? See how I did that?
It's a communication tactic.
Yeah, it is.
The key is to building a substantial relationship with the customer and get them. You're basically selling yourself.
Well, you got to read the people.
Product.
You got to read the people, and then you can gauge your response to their responses that way. You see, if
I
you can
sold
read the
Avon.
people, you can read.
Well,
what-
Avon actually sells itself,
Oh.
but I got my
I can pretty much
Avon Diamond
surmise-
Pen, my second campaign district meeting.
I can
And
pretty
it was
much
handed-
surmise a type of like education level, background, just like kind of basics within the first couple of minutes after meeting somebody. I learned how to do this as a waiter. And I was excellent as a waiter because I would gauge my performance by the table that I was at, by the type of people that I had. Not overtly, but enough to know where I could go with these people, where I couldn't go, where I could go with these people over here. Are these people going to be prime candidates for a dessert? I'm always trying to upsell because your tip is going to be a percentage of the overall bill. So how am I going to do this? I'd come up with presentations, I bet my manager one time, we had this thing called a Grand Slam Snickers pie. And it was like a Snickers cheesecake. And and it just came, from the food distributor, but it was pretty good looking to begin with. So what I did is I took a chilled plate, and I drizzled some syrup across the plate, right? And I put a piece of that on it, and then a little bit of whipped cream and a tiny cherry on top of it. And I put it in the fridge. And then when I'd be talking to these people, I'd say, is anybody interested? We've got a really fantastic cheesecake. It's called a Grand Slam Snickers. And I'd start to explain it. And I go, tell you what, hang on just 1 second. I have to show it to you. I can't really describe it. It's just once you see it, you got to see it, right? And I'd go back to the kitchen, I'd get it. But then I would purposely walk it through the dining room on my way to the table, because this ensures that at least half of the people that I'm walking by is going to notice this awesome looking piece of cheesecake that I've got in my hand.
Right.
Next thing I know, once I've sold that and probably the whole other unit of cheesecake, people on the way back are asking me, what was that? Can we get that? Is there still some of that? Man, I would sell that shit all day long just by that presentation. Yes. You see?
That's making me want some freaking
Because
cheesecake
people,
right now.
when they see something like that, they want it. It's like, I know I sold Avon, but really Avon, because of the price of their product, the quality of their product, it really sold itself. So there wasn't a lot for me to do, but I took a lot of samples. I also bought, some of the promotional things, like you're saying. Mm-hmm. When they actually see it, touch it, hold it, feel it, then they want it.
Why didn't you go Mary Kay? And you could have had one of those really cool pink Cadillacs and shit.
Mary Kay, Mary Kay tried to buy. They wanted to buy Avon out, and Avon said no. And that was when the Ever After and the perfume women's Ever After, and then Red came out, and they owned the laboratory that made the fragrances. But I was in when we got to decide which one was going to be the next Avon fragrance. We had an A and a B sample, and so we all got to decide. So we chose Ever After for the Avon, and then they took the other sample and sold it as Red in the regular stores.
Hey, everybody. I should probably hop off of here.
My good friend that I grew up down the street from, 2 doors down from, this girl I know, I see her on Facebook now, and she's been doing that Mary Kay for a long time. What are you going to roll on us, Joel?
Yeah, I figured I should probably get going, see what the kid's up to, and such.
Yeah, I'm going to shut her down here after a little bit, after a few minutes here
Been an
too.
awesome Friday evening with y'all. It's always wonderful to hang out here on your awesome channel with your wonderful family here in the chat. So I
We got some
appreciate
good
that
people.
very much.
Good talking
Absolutely.
to you.
Yeah, and we
nice
got
talking to you.
Have a great weekend.
Okay, thanks. You guys too.
All right,
take care.
Thank you.
And we got Rocky Shepherds out here in the chat here tonight too, checking out what's going on.
I was noticing old totally fake news really has some disdain for Owen Benjamin. I don't know what his deal is, but like he just like keeps on just hating on the Bears, and I don't understand why.
I guess there's some contention now. I'm not absolutely clear on everything about it.
I'm not.
But I do remember that I watched Owen Benjamin, and for the most part, I thought he's all right. He's not the funniest guy like he thinks he is, but I'm so pissed off that he stole my fucking penguin jokes and shit. But that's okay. Anyway, there was some kind of thing that went on about where he was going to have some kind of a place where all the bears could go and have
Beartarium.
Yeah. And then something about that shit after a bunch of people sent money and everything that fell through, and he doesn't have it. And
no, he has it. It's there. It's like he's got 2 locations now. He's got one in the Ozarks, and then he's got one in Idaho. And he's got the Beartaria campgrounds. All the money went to like the good causes. He's put money out of his own pocket.
Like I said, I don't have a dog in the fight about it or whatever, but there's seems to be 2 camps.
There's a lot of people who want to like try and break apart what he's done, but he's given an alternative to like the Babylon culture.
I think he's become a cult.
There's an app. I have the Beartaria Times app on my phone. It's it's the best app you can get on your phone. It's called Beartaria Times, and it connects you with so many like-minded individuals. And it's the most censored app on the internet. Like, he doesn't allow any type of just nonsense on there. He doesn't allow people to talk about anything but upliftment and crushing and family culture and farming and connecting of all of the individuals. There's a magazine he's put out, the Beartaria Times magazine. Like I say, this meetup I'm going to tomorrow, there's probably going to be like a couple hundred people there. He's gotten people to stop watching pornography, to stop all the nonsense. Like he's been.
I do know that whenever he still had his YouTube channel going, I know that he was ousted by Hollywood and all the mainstream bullshit because he wouldn't bow down to him. He wasn't into the mask. He wasn't into all the other stuff, and so they basically just blackballed him. And
his biggest thing was he took a stand against the.
He took up for let me finish. He took up for Tommy Robinson that are in the UK when he exposed the pedophilia going on there by all the people that they were letting come in and destroy their country.
Yeah,
so that's why he got blackballed from being a comedian and all that stuff. And he sang the song "How They Rule You." It's the you heard that one?
Yeah. No, that's.
So, everybody, what I kind of see is we hear all the rumors. Stop listening to the rumors and go check it out for yourself, because we get caught up in that sometimes, where we listen to what other people have to say when they're degrading somebody. I've watched what took place. I watched everybody supporting Alex Jones, and then as soon as they started attacking him, everybody backed off and started shunning him, talking shit about him, and guess who bloomed right after that?
Yep. Well, that's the thing. Like,
Take a look at who came next, who got to be big and please the crowd. None
Well,
other than Joe Rogan.
yeah, Joe Rogan, which is Owen Benjamin's arch nemesis. Like he's
I don't care who's enemy. I'm just saying. I'm just pointing out a fact. Pay attention to when one is taken down and everybody gets turned against that person and shuns that person. Then watch who rises up next.
And
that's
I'm just
because
trying to
they're
point
doing
out
everything they're asked to do, told to do, and putting on a nice shiny smile.
I'm just trying to point out what Owen Benjamin did to put Joe Rogan's, Toe Rogan was he's called, Joe the Toe. He's the one who patented Joe the Toe, and he had this whole movement, No Toe in Idaho, where he wouldn't, because Joe Rogan tried to move to Idaho, and Owen Benjamin made this whole slogan, No Toe in Idaho, and made sure that Joe Rogan was not welcome in Idaho. Because he was one of the first to he calls out all the nonsense. Like when this movie came out, the Road to Freedom or whatever bullshit movie, he called that from day one that the dude who made it was wicked, and into all the trafficking stuff that he was trying to make a movie about being against. He saw that shit and people what's the dude?
He was one of the supporters, right? He was the one that donated a lot of money that you're talking
Carlos
about,
Slim.
right?
Carlos Slim.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar. And then that other dude, what's his name? That's a really big podcaster that just came out of nowhere. And he has all the Bugattis. What's his name? The Bugatti dude. I can't think of his name.
Andrew Tate.
Yeah, Andrew Tate.
Yeah, fuck that guy. He's
Owen Benjamin. There's he made cartoons about Andrew Tate and called him out from day one when Tucker Carlson and all these other people were trying to put Andrew Tate up on this pedestal. Owen Benjamin, he was the only one speaking truth. And that's where it's I hate when people want to hate on the Big Bear because he's one who's put. He's called it from day one. He sees through the spellcraft because he was deep in the trenches of Hollywood and been able to
No, wait a second. I wouldn't say he was deep in the trenches. Look, he makes a big he's real famous and shit. He's not. He's about a C-list fucking. He was C-list at best.
No, he was on.
I already know he had a very brief part in House Bunny. Okay. He did some comedy writing.
He was on Sullivan and Sons.
But look, C-list. Never.
No, he toured with what's his name? Freaking Vince Vaughn.
Well, the thing is okay. We're over here on the West Coast where he actually lives, so he's more well known over here. It's like if I go back to Texas, Tennessee, start heading south and east, you get some of the most amazing country music. But up here. The country concerts, they're so small they hold them at the casinos.
You mean
because you can
Sinbad is for Detroit. Sinbad was famous in Detroit, right?
Right. Yeah. So depending, it's kind of like food, you can go to Philly and get a Philly steak and cheese. You try to eat one of them things here, they're nasty. They don't know how to make them. Up here, they'll sell you yellow bread and tell you it's Texas toast. It's nasty.
Besides Norm Macdonald,
famous people.
But aside from Norm Macdonald, Owen Benjamin's the greatest comedian ever to live and walk the planet.
Now I have to disagree with you. I like some of Owen's comedy, but no, he's not the greatest.
Martin, are you shitting me? You want to put Owen Benjamin side to side with fucking Steve Martin, for instance?
Yes, he's better than Steve Martin. He's right up there with all those guys. I'm not shitting you. He is
next level.
He plays the piano. He can improvise out of left field. He can just pull music out of thin air that
he can do that.
And Carrie skates. Why you got to be so rude? You can. You're so nice to me sometimes, but now that I'm talking about the Big Bear, now you just want to be all
Well,
the chappity ass. Like, what?
Everybody can like who they like.
Not everybody has fond ideas about your cult leader.
I know, but why do they got to get their panties all up in a bunch about me?
You know you're in a cult, though, right? You do that. You know that, right?
I don't. So are you? If you're in the flat, you just went to fucking Flattoberfest. Like, that's not cult mentality. Like, you went to a freaking convention in Vegas.
Yeah, you know what was
that's
cool
solely
about
like that's run by like the freaking Flat Earth Zodiac Clock app. Like, you don't think that's a fucking cult? Like, but if you have that app on your phone right now, you're not part of a blue dot. Like, what the fuck does a blue dot mean? Is that you're not a cult member? You're not like one of the blue dots?
We're all in the same cult, man. We're all in the same cult.
I like George Carlin. I thought he was pretty damn good.
I'm not in anything, okay?
But most of these people have their blue dots.
Rasta, shut your pie hole for a minute. Let people talk, man. Come on, brother. You got to let other people talk. So when I went there to Vegas, it was really cool because I met people that have varying schools of thought along the same lines as me. Now, I'm not a member of anything. I don't join things. And it's merely because of this. I have this simple rule that any organization that has such lowly standards that they would have me as a member is probably not a cool organization. So, boom, that being said and done. Right?
Damn it! I want to ask them.
How many people at the Flattoberfest have that app on their phone and are a blue dot? And how much does that app cost a month? And like what? And it's like you identify as a blue dot.
Hold on. It doesn't cost anything a month. What are you talking about?
To like be a part of like the Blue Dot Society.
You want to be a Blue Dot? It's I think $1 a month.
Well, that's money. Think about how much money you're lacing up the dude's pockets with.
That $1 a month, man, that could have bought you what? Like,
an M&M?
Baratari Times is like, I pay, that's like $15 a year. I pay for that.
Oh my God. For propaganda? You mean to actually, so you can be a member of a cult with propaganda. See, I can throw the same thing back.
I know. Well, I'm saying, you want to, like, I'm saying, I'm proud that, like, it's like,
you don't, hold on. Let me tell you something about the Blue Dot thing. That's not, you don't have to do that.
But
that's
people love it.
Feature that you can activate that's on the app.
Who doesn't do it though? If they don't have it, like it's the motto. It's like, are you a blue dot?
No. That's recent. That's recent. That app's been out for a couple of years now.
All right, how many people in the chat are a blue dot? Can we get like can we do like a whole calling here? Like, who's proud to be a blue dot in the chat? Let's see some ones in the chat if you're a blue dot.
Dude, the whole point of the app is to connect people, and isn't that the whole what we're doing here is trying to connect people that believe in flat Earth? Like, I don't understand how that can be a bad thing. Like, isn't that
I'm just saying, like, I just
what are the bears? What exactly is a bear? Tell me what a bear actually is.
A bear is someone who identifies as like a culture legend in their community.
What's a culture legend?
To where we rise above the demise of the Babylonian society, and we rise upon the ashes and build a community outside of it. It's a separation.
Can't you do that without being a bear?
You can, but like the bear community, like Beartaria, like it gives a whole it's a whole nother economy outside of it. Like, I mean, I'm making pillows right now that bears order from me on Beartaria Times app. Like, I have people who support me on there. It's like that's real. That's real love. They appreciate my craft. And it's like that is community. And community is everything, especially community that promotes family.
So right now, if you wanted to tell all the other bears that you got these pillows that you want to sell, how do you do it?
I posted on Beartaria Times app. There's it's like kind of like Facebook. I mean, you post pictures on there. I can post it on there, and every single person that's in the bear community that has the Beartaria Times app gets on there, and they can see my post.
So what else is really cool? So like on that Blue Dot part of the Flat Earth Clock app, right?
Uh-huh.
You can post a message to like a whole bunch of people within, say, 50-kilometer radius of you that, hey, we're going to have this canoeing trip on such and such a date. Anybody wants to go, here's where it's going to be. Boom. Right? Or, hey, I've got these really cool, somebody might say, I have these handmade flat earth pillows, that I've made. They have a embroidered Gleason's map on the front. If anybody's interested, hit me up. Right? And so it's got the same thing. You understand?
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Like I'm not hating on dude for making that happen. I mean, Dave Weiss is one of the bears.
The arms that everybody should go and.
Dave Weiss is a huge supporter of Owen Benjamin. He's done streams with Owen.
Right.
He's like huge, and I'm not here to hate on.
Awesome. That's awesome. Now here's the difference between you and I. You have a personality that you have glommed yourself to. I do not. Now, I've associated with people in this that have like beliefs, including Dave Weiss. In fact, talked to him for a good while at the thing in Vegas. I also talked to Austin Whitsitt for a couple of minutes, right? Hung out with Mark Sargent and talked about shit. But they're just other people that happen to have the same belief as I do, or they have information that I can share, and I have information they can share. We exchange ideas. That's pretty much it. But as far as being, what one of somebody else that believes the same as I do does or doesn't do has absolutely nothing to do with me. So whether or not Dave Weiss hangs out with Owen Benjamin doesn't mean that, that's going to change my opinion of one guy or the other, right?
Well, that's the thing about too with Owen Benjamin is I don't jive with every single thing he says, and I don't worship the ground he walks on. He doesn't define what the bears are in general. He's the one who gets on and does 3 to 5 hour long live streams, with piano music and talks about, pouring ladles of gravy, which he, that's his terminology for dishing up the truth, on a daily basis. But I mean, he doesn't define, who, and he, he slaughters all of our sacred cows. I mean, he's gotten under pressed all of our buttons, if he hasn't, then he hasn't done his job as a comedian.
I'm sorry. I just see him getting, when I see somebody get to that kind of a personality status, especially in video platforms, they always end up very disappointing in the end.
Well, it can be, but yeah, you just
have to. They will inevitably. They always do.
You have to be on guard. I've yet to be disappointed by Owen Benjamin. The only time I was disappointed is when he backtracked on the Mandela effect with.
But like I say, I listen to all manner of different people. Do I subscribe to everything they say? No, absolutely not. But I do consider the information. That was the most disheartening thing for me, and that was troubling, and I understand that turned a lot of people off to the Big Bear because, his backtrack on the Mandela effect. I mean, he got on with Karen and Brian and did an interview about the Mandela effect, and he was all gung-ho on it, and then all of a sudden, just out of the blue, he started talking about the field of dreams and, how it couldn't have been a certain way, and then he just backtracked on the Mandela effect, and I got a good bear joke for you. Okay, so Mama Bear and Papa Bear were getting a divorce, right? And so they were having to figure out custody for Baby Bear. And so the judge asked Baby Bear, said, do you want to go live with Mama Bear? And he says, no. And they said, why not? He said, because Mama Bear beats me. And the judge says, well, my God, that's awful. So you want to live with Papa Bear? He says, no. He says, Papa Bear beats me too. And he says, well, who do you want to go live with? He says, I want to go live with the Chicago Bears. They never beat anybody.
That's pretty funny. Mr. B Natural says Owen seems very closeted with how much he talks about dicks. How many kids do you have, Mr. B Natural? Because Big Bear has 4 currently. And, he's encouraged a lot of other people to be fruitful and multiply and don't be fruity and blow a guy. So, I mean, that's his whole terminology. And, you know, he talks about rollerbladers being, you know, that's his terminology for the homo. And, you know,
I'm familiar with Owen's shit. It's not like I'm alien to it.
it's classic. You know, you
watched
want
him.
to
Listen,
find him, he's on
him.
Odyssey now.
I watched him when he was still on YouTube.
Yeah.
When he was out. Listen, man, what is with you?
I'm sorry.
So, he'd be outside drinking his beer, and it was around the time when he was starting to come around to flat Earth. Okay. And I found that interesting because I watched that progression over a period of time. And I didn't comment or anything. I just watched it go down. And I was like, that's pretty awesome. So I would catch his show from time to time. And then, of course, he got kicked off of YouTube. And I found him eventually over on Rumble or something like that. But I did find where I'd seen a change because I hadn't watched him in a while. And then I started watching him. And I guess about the time the Bartaria business was starting to go sour was when I didn't watch him. And then I picked it back up. And I was like, this guy is on a lot of things. I don't know. He rubs me the wrong way, man. He's kind of just kind of a douche.
Well, totally gay news in the chat says that Owen talks about dicks in front of his children. That's bullshit. Like, you're making up fucking wicked lies. And that's why you're totally gay news and you're totally fake news, because like you're just like, you know, you make up nonsense. You're jargon sense. Like, no wonder you're totally fake news. Because
but you see, hold on a second. Hold on, Rasta. No, I want to point out something to you.
Uh-huh.
All right. Your defense of Owen Benjamin seems very, very personal. Almost like it's an attack on you.
It is.
Dude, that's a cult.
No, I stand with him as a brother.
Listen to me. You're in a cult. You're reacting exactly the same way as somebody whose religion is questioned. Yes, you are.
If somebody's going to talk shit about one of my brothers, I'm going to stand up and take a stand for them.
Rasta, you don't fucking know him.
I write him letters. He reads my letters. I've met him personally.
Yeah.
Like, he's my brother. Yeah.
He's your brother.
He is. He's my brother in Christ.
Oh my God.
He's a Christ believer, a Christ follower. Anyone who accepts Christ into their heart is a brother in Christ.
What about somebody who went out there, back in the day and met Billy Graham at a Bible revival and shit, and wrote letters to Billy Graham? Does that mean that him and Billy Graham are friends and they know each other and shit? Or is that one of the many?
Not that level.
You do realize how many letters and shit that guy actually gets, right?
Yeah, and then when he takes the time to actually read them and respond and say kind-hearted things and promote my pillows, like he's given my pillows a shout out before. Like he takes the time to show that he cares. It's not something where
really,
it's like,
that's awesome. What I can see from what you've shown me, that is some very good quality work there, man. I'm impressed.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I just got done stitching this one up, like the pocket on it. Look at how nice that pocket is. And it goes so deep inside. And this one's Grateful Dead. I call this one the Owsley Stanley pillow. It's inspired by the greatest chemist of all time, Owsley Stanley, who rode closely with the Grateful Dead, on multiple of their excursions, and he was like their trusted chemist to provide with them the medicine. I mean, there was this one interview where Jerry Garcia talked about how he ate this slice of birthday cake that had like 10,000 hits of LSD in it or something like that, and then he went out on stage and was able to perform that night, and he was just joking about how much was in that icing that he ate on the cake. And it's just like Owsley Stanley was, the man behind it. And that's why I named this pillow the Dead Bear pillow after the great Owsley.
Cool, man.
But yeah, the whole, like I'm making Dead Bear pillows right now because the Dancing Bears, I'm going to the bear meetup tomorrow. I've got a couple other bears.
Where's this going to be at now?
It's up in Mossy Rock, Washington.
Mossy Rock, Washington.
Which is right out. It's near Mount St. Helens. You know, like it's pretty close to like Mount St. Helens, which is one of the, you know, the only volcano that's actually, you know, erupted in our modern history.
Yeah,
here.
I remember when it happened, man.
Yeah, I'm sure I wasn't quite born yet, but yeah, where were you?
One thing though, there was a benefit that came from that. From that volcanic ash, they got like the biggest crops of apples that they'd ever gotten before in that area.
Yep.
A lot of apples. Well, listen, it's 4 hours. I'm going to cut this thing down. Take these dogs and let them do their little outside thing. And yeah. So I'm going to go around. Dreamy, you got anything you want to say before we cut out?
Have fun and have a great weekend. And love y'all and good night.
All right. Anson, how about you, brother?
No, just yeah, glad to be here again. I pop in when I can. So yeah, catch you soon.
All right, man. Rasta?
Yes, sir. I just finished this pillow. Can I get full screen for just like 2 seconds to show the pillow? I just want to share it. Because if you ever want to get the Rockstone pillows, link up, because yeah, like I say, I've got a multitude of, I've done a couple of festivals this summer. I did the Northwest Reggae Fest, the Oregon Reggae Fest, and yeah, I'm going to be doing a huge telemarketing campaign I'm going to do a live stream here coming up for the holidays, where I'm going to be doing a sales event for making a custom pillow. I have all different designs. I mean, like the fabric options I can come up with are just like, you can name it and you give me a theme to work with, and I will give you the pillow of your dreams. That, you know, I've got buckwheat holes, these organic buckwheat holes that you can sleep on, and so many different types of options. Like, I'm going to start using wool for pillows as well. Like, I've got a lot of different options.
And all the people, all you out there that buy one of these from watching this on here, I get 10% because it was advertised on my show.
That's right. I'll lace you up. I'll send you a custom pillow here at some point.
All right, Ross. So thanks for coming on.
Much love, brother. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, right. Good. Have a good night, buddy.
You as well, my friend.
So everybody, as we always say, Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and fire his ass because he'll probably kill you. Y'all have a great night.